Welcome to the Belgian Federal Parliament. It's a pity we can't welcome you in our building in Brussels, because the Belgian Parliament is a charming and open house, conducive to debate and meetings, which makes politics accessible to everyone.
Les séances sont ouvertes, les commissions sont ouvertes au public, mais les gens ne...
Meetings and committees are open to the public, but not everybody knows this, so we bring the content to them via social media.
Be an inclusive parliament, reflecting the population it represents. Since 2019, for the first time in Belgium's history, both chambers have been presided over by a woman. Furthermore, we work and debate in both Dutch and French. The Belgian Federal Parliament is one of the only multilingual parliaments in the European Union.
Ja, de charme van België en Brussel zit in hun meertaligheid. Dus als...
The charm of Belgium and Brussels lies in their multilingualism. So as interpreters, we make sure that every senator or MP can speak in their own language.
The House of Representatives and the Senate. Together, they form Belgium's federal legislature.
Toutes les réunions parlementaires sont visibles sur le site internet de la Chambre.
All parliamentary meetings can be viewed live on the website. Make your choice on dekamer.br.
The House of Representatives. This is where laws are made and where we control the federal government and the budget. This is where we make policy.
Tijdens het vragenuurtje in de...
During question time, everyone gets 2 minutes of speaking time, no exceptions. Everyone is equal before the law.
It is read. This is a place of reflection and of meeting between the three language communities, in all transparency.
Wij tikken alles uit, inderdaad.
We tape out everything that happens, everything that is said in the meetings. This means everything that happens in a room is reflected in the full report.
The Federal Parliament is a fascinating place where hundreds of people are passionately committed to democracy.
J'habite au Parlement. J'ai grandi.
I live in the Parliament. I grew up here as the son of the caretaker, and now for 22 years I've been the caretaker myself. That's a privilege. After all, it's the palace of the nation. It represents the people, so it's a great privilege to live here, to have this as my official address.
Het federaal parlement van België is één.
Belgium's federal parliament is one of only 3 parliaments in the world with their own carillon.
Place where we prepare for the future.
Au Parlement fédéral, nous tenons compte de la...
In the federal parliament, we take the planet into consideration to drive 100% electorate.
House for debate and meeting. The future of Belgium starts here.
Verschillende scholen vanuit heel België kruipen.
Several schools from across Belgium crawl into the role of real MPs. We try to encourage young people to speak up as much as possible. For many, this is a big step, but once they've taken that step, they are on fire to step into the shoes of a real MP.
Mesdames, Messieurs les députés et sénateurs.
Dear deputies, dear member of the House of Representatives, dear Minister of Foreign Affairs, dear friends, before starting this meeting, I would like to honor the memory of the former president of the European Convention, Mr. Jacques Delors, who passed away on the 27th of December last. Jacques Delors was the architect of the European Union, a man whose vision left a deep mark on the history of our continent. He was the architect of the single market, of the euro and the Schengen agreements. Jacques Delors was the main instigator of the Erasmus program. We want to recognize his decisive contribution to the construction of today's Europe, as well as the values on which it is founded, such as social justice, equality, and solidarity. I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to observe a minute's silence.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Dear colleague, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all here to Namur, the capital of Wallonia, for the meeting of the chairpersons of COSAC, the opening event of the parliamentary dimension of the Belgian Presidency of the Council of the European Union. Together with my colleague, the co-chair of the Federal Advisory Committee on European Affairs and Senator Gaëtan van Goidsenhoven, we wish you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, and we are delighted to welcome you here to Namur. In the countryside, you can have a look at the white coat of snow that has just fallen, and you can also look around you and see some of the pictures of Namur. For the meetings organized at parliamentary level, the Belgian presidency wanted to get out of Brussels, not only to showcase the diversity of Belgium in Flanders as well as in Wallonia, but also to bring Europe closer to its citizens. Our inter-parliamentary conference on the CFSP, the Common Foreign and Security Policy, and the CSDP, the Common Security and Defence Policy, will take place in Bruges, and the meeting of the Europol Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group will take place in Ghent. Namur, the capital of Wallonia, has been chosen as the venue for the meeting of the COSAC Chairpersons. I would like to draw your attention to a few historic buildings, hoping you have the opportunity of wandering through the beautiful streets of Namur, and maybe you could also pay a visit to one of the several museums that you can find in this beautiful city at the confluence of the Sambre and Meuse rivers. Namur is also the seat of the Walloon Parliament and is also the seat of the Walloon regional government. In Belgium, the regions have important powers in the fields of the economy, environment, tourism, housing, employment, and infrastructure. And what is quite specific is that the legislation voted by the parliaments of the federated entities is equivalent to federal legislation. Just like the federal parliament, the assemblies of the federated entities can give an opinion on the subsidiarity and proportionality of European legislative initiatives. I wish to emphasize that the parliamentary dimension of the Belgian presidency reflects the collective efforts of the federal parliament and the assemblies of the federated entities. The latter also have full legislative powers and will organize thematic conferences during the Belgian presidencies on issues such as urban policy, artificial intelligence, or even circular economy. Members of Parliament, dear senators, dear Minister for Foreign Affairs, dear friends, unfortunately the European model based on values has been greatly threatened since the war in Ukraine. We need to reflect on this, but above all we need to take action accordingly. This threat must encourage the member states as well as the candidate countries to close ranks with even greater conviction than before. I wish to conclude this introductory presentation by drawing your attention to two topics, namely the rule of law and gender policy, as well as the representation of women in parliaments. These topics will be the central themes of the biannual COSAC report and of the March COSAC plenary meeting that will take place in Brussels, capital of Belgium and of Europe, meeting that will take place in the European Parliament, the very symbol of European integration. As members of Parliament who cherish the European community of values, we should be deeply concerned about the erosion of the rule of law in some member states. The rule of law is really the democratic foundation that binds together European societies. It promotes solidarity between member states. It ensures judicial cooperation and supports the cohesion policy that is essential for strengthening the single market. The European Union has also been pursuing the objective of equality between women and men for over 50 years. Belgium has an active policy on gender equality. It has a proactive policy that tackles structural and historical imbalances. The ambition that I share with the President of the Belgian Senate is for all our parliaments to move towards greater gender sensitivity. The composition of our parliamentary assemblies must reflect a society as closely as possible and give everyone access to representative functions. It is a question of shifting lines at legislative level, but also internally within the administration of our parliaments. Gender policy and the representation of women in parliaments will be one of the central themes of the COSAC plenary meeting that will take place in March 2024. I look forward to this meeting with enthusiasm. I thank you for your attention, and now I give the floor to my colleague, Senator Gaëtan van Goidsenhoven. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear senators, dear members of parliament, dear Minister of Foreign Affairs, dear colleagues, it is now my turn to start by wishing you all the best for 2024. On a personal level, I wish you good health and much happiness surrounded by your loved ones. Professionally, I wish us plenty of opportunities to develop and to move forward together towards a stronger, more united Europe. Let us not forget that 2024 will be a year of elections. In Belgium, even more than in any other member state of the European Union, there's going to be European, legislative and regional elections in June and local and provincial elections in October. In Belgium, we will therefore have a renewal or changes at every political level in the country. Major changes are also imminent in Europe as the political situation in many EU member states has changed profoundly since the last elections in 2019. Let us hope that not only the current problems and challenges both inside and outside the Union will be at the center of the election campaigns, but also the opportunities and chances the Union offers. This is a message of hope that I want to convey to you. This is a message of hope that we wish to convey to everyone, to the citizens, to those currently facing a war situation on the borders of the European Union. I would like now to return to the Belgian Presidency of the Council of the European Union. This takes place on the eve of crucial European elections. These elections have, of course, influenced the agenda of the parliamentary dimension of our presidency, as you may have noticed. We have had to group together the entire parliamentary dimension into a 3-month period running from January to March. During this period, a total of 8 inter-parliamentary conferences will be organized by the different parliaments that make up the Belgian Parliament. The Belgian parliamentary dimension will conclude with a plenary meeting of COSAC that will take place from the 24th to the 26th of March in Brussels. As far as our meeting today is concerned, we have chosen to have three thematic sessions after the usual session on procedural matters and other business. We therefore hope that you will be able to agree with our draft agenda. Session number 1 will be devoted to presenting the priorities of the Belgian Presidency of the Council of the European Union. We then propose to devote the second session to the European Pillar of Social Rights. After lunch, we will have the opportunity to exchange views on yet another important theme, which is enlargement. We want to focus in particular on the impact of enlargement on the future of the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, senators and members of parliament, Madam Foreign Minister, dear colleagues, dear friends, just like my co-chair, I would also like to reflect on the choice of two topics that we will discuss further at the occasion of our plenary meeting. That is to say, the review of the 2019-2024 legislature, as well as open strategic autonomy. Instead of the usual review of the current presidency, and given that the Belgian presidency will only be halfway, we propose instead to take stock of the 2019-2024 European legislature and look to the future to discuss the prospects for the Council's strategic program for the period 2024-2029. The President of the European Council, Charles Michel, and the Belgian Prime Minister, Alexander De Croo, are currently working on this so that the strategic program can be adopted at the European Council in June. By March, we will probably know a little more and will be able to discuss the broad outlines of this program. As far as open strategic autonomy is concerned, the recent global pandemic and the war in Ukraine have highlighted deficits in some supply chains and our strategic dependencies, particularly where energy and critical raw materials are concerned. The dual challenge of guaranteeing European security of supply on the one hand and maintaining our competitiveness on the other is of vital importance for Europe's economic position. Together, we must work proactively to ensure Europe's resilience in a rapidly changing global context. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I thank you for your attention. I'm already looking forward to our discussions today, which I'm sure will be particularly interesting.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues. Quelques informations.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. A few practicalities. Before you, on the table, you will find a sheet a sheet containing practical information where you will find an indication of the interpretation channel as well as the Wi-Fi code, and we know how much we cannot live without a Wi-Fi, as well as an indication of the address where you can send your documents to be printed. Dear colleagues, to ask for the floor, the only thing you have to do is to press once on the button. The light of your microphone will become red. If by mistake you press a second time on the button, you will remove your name from the speakers list. So be careful. It's just like the nuclear button. You should pay attention whenever you press the button. So use this button carefully and make sure that you only press it once. When you are finished speaking, then feel free to press the button once again to turn your microphone off. I would like to welcome the chairpersons who attend this meeting for the very first time. I would like to start with Mr. Francisco José Conde López from the Spanish Cortes Generales.
Union Affairs. Monsieur
Chair of the Joint Committee for European Union Affairs. I'd like also to welcome Mr. Gusti Gras from the Luxembourgese Parliament, Chair of the Committee on Foreign and European Affairs, Cooperation, Foreign Trade and the Greater Region, as well as a Polish representative who attends this meeting for the very first time. The Troika met yesterday and it agreed on the draft agenda that we submit to your approval to you to do. And I propose that you adopt it. Are there any observations? I don't see any objection. Therefore, we can consider this agenda to be approved. So we're going to go through the agenda all together, an agenda that was approved yesterday. We'll have a first session that will be dedicated
Legislature and prospects for the Council's strategic agenda for 24-29. La deuxième session, Gender Policy and the Representation of Women in Parliament. Et Open Strategic Autonomy, Competitiveness and Resilience, Session 4, Democracy and the Rule of Law in Europe, the Way Ahead. La Troika.
The Troika yesterday also approved the main focus of the biannual COSAC report. There are three themes that you will find in this report: the review of the 2019-2024 European legislature and prospects for the Council's new strategic program for the period 2024-2029, gender policy and the representation of women in Parliament, and finally, democracy and the rule of law in Europe. The questionnaire will be sent to the delegations by the 17th of January at the very latest. Your answers are expected to reach us by the 8th of February so that we can prepare the biannual report for the COSAC plenary session that will take place from the 24th to the 26th of March in Brussels. Due to the forthcoming European elections coinciding with the legislative elections in Belgium, we are under some time constraints, as you may easily imagine. Are there any observations? I don't see any hand raised. Thank you very much. The draft outline of COSAC's 41st biannual report is therefore approved. Next, we have received from different assemblies some requests to attend our meeting, such as we've received a request from the president of the Swiss delegation for relations with the European Union. We've also received a request from the speaker of the Norwegian Parliament, from the chairman of the European Affairs Committee of the House of Lords of the United Kingdom, the president of the European Integration Committee of the Kosovo Assembly. The letters can be consulted on the IPEX website, and please note that these requests were answered favorably after a written consultation. We've also received a letter from the chairman of the European Affairs Committee of the Romanian Chamber of Deputies on the addictive nature of online services and consumer protection in the EU single market. The chairman of this committee would like this topic to be put on the agenda of one of the COSAC plenary sessions, insofar as this letter reached us at a time when the topics for the plenary session in March in Brussels had already been defined. We propose to respond to our Romanian colleague by addressing his request to the next presidencies, which could possibly include this topic in their COSAC meeting. We also received another two requests. We got a request from the Egmont Institute, which is the Royal Institute for International Relations, and from TEPSA, which is the Trans-European Policy Studies Association. They would like to organize a lunch debate in the margins of our COSAC plenary on the 26th of March in Brussels. These two institutions would like to invite around 20 representatives of national parliaments taking part in our conference. The themes of this event will be democratic innovation and resilience within the European Union and its member states. candidates. This lunch debate is part of a series of 6 events that will be organized by these 2 institutions over the coming month as part of the Belgian Presidency. More information will be sent to you in due course via the 2 organizing institutions. Next, the Presidency also received a letter from the Italian Council of the European Movement with a proposal to organize during the COSAC plenary meeting an extraordinary inter-parliamentary meeting to discuss the future of Europe as well as the revision of the Lisbon Treaty. The Troika will examine this issue after our meeting of the chairpersons. We have also received a letter from Mrs. Klimpush from Ukraine with a draft joint statement concerning the situation in Ukraine. This topic has been mentioned during the Troika meeting. The letter has just reached us. It reached us a couple of days ago, and the Troika has decided to give the floor now to this person so as not to make a declaration during the meeting because it was not announced previously and no one has had the opportunity of taking the measure of this joint statement. But we would like to give Mrs. Klimpush the possibility of expressing a wish to speak for 2 minutes now. Mrs. Klimpush, you now have the floor for 2 minutes.
Est-ce que le micro est allumé?
Oh, here we go. Madam President, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm grateful for all of you asking me how are we all during our meeting. And let me respond to you. We are still standing. And we are standing because of the bravery of the Ukrainian people, Ukrainian armed forces, and because of your support. And we are very, very grateful for this support. However, we all hopefully understand and hopefully do share the approach that your assistance, your military and your financial assistance has to be stepped up further. And we have to reinvigorate our common efforts to protect security and prosperity of the European continent, of the Union, and of those countries that are aspiring to become part of the European Union. I did write you a letter to Belgian Presidency, and I'm very, very grateful for this opportunity to explain what it was about, because when we all were celebrating, when you all were celebrating Christmas and New Year, unfortunately, we in Ukraine were hiding in shelters from the bombardments of the Russian Federation. On December 29th and January 2nd of 2024, Russia has launched new massive combined missile and drone attacks against Ukraine, which are considered to be the largest missile attacks on Ukrainian cities and villages since the entire period of the Russian full-scale invasion. A maternity hospital, a school, a kindergarten, a post office, a metro station, a shopping center, and hundreds of apartment buildings are just of the civilian objects that have been hit. So that's why I am asking this Assembly, the chairs, to come up with a statement condemning this brutal actions of the Russian Federation and raising the necessity to upscale the military, financial, and humanitarian support to Ukraine. And I do hope that this plenary will be, that this session will be able to raise its voice, calling on our governments in order to ensure that Ukraine further has the back of the European continent protected with your support and with our everyday actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Voilà, chers collègues, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres demandes?
All right, thank you very much, dear colleagues. Are there other specific requests for the floor? Mr. Apeldoorn.
To your attention that the Council Secretariat has decided that national parliaments in the near future will no longer have access to the delegates portal. The delegates portal allows authorized users to search and consult Council documents, as I think most of you are aware, including so-called limité documents. And many parliaments have been granted access to the delegates portal by their government. It enables parliamentarians to scrutinize the government's position in the Council. In fact, the Dutch government refers to the relevant documents in the delegates portal as part of their information to Parliament about Council decision-making. Making the Council decision-making process more transparent has always been an important tool to further strengthen the legitimacy of the European Union. And it's key to national parliaments to scrutinize decision-making in the Council and hence to democratic governance of the EU. So removing national parliament access to the delegates portal is, I think, a big step backwards, and I hope all of you agree. The chair of the European Affairs Committee of the Folkenet, that is the Danish Parliament, Mr. Hansen, has initiated a letter to the President of the Council and the Secretary General of the Council Secretariat to ask to reconsider the intended revocation of direct access to national parliaments. The letter was shared with parliaments, with all of you, last Thursday by email. Unfortunately, the Danish delegation, because of the crowning of the new king, could not be present here today. But on their behalf, and also on behalf of both chambers of the Dutch Parliament, I would like to make use of this opportunity to call upon all chairs to co-sign this letter. This is a pressing issue that regards transparency of decision-making in the EU and the ability for parliaments to control their own government. So I would also therefore like to ask the Troika of COSAC to include this issue of access on the next plenary session of the COSAC in March, so we can inform you on the developments regarding this and can take further action if necessary. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Apeldoorn. We will examine your demand in Troika so that we can discuss it in the next COSAC session. Thank you. Are there other remarks? Thank you, dear colleagues. I give the floor to my colleague.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister, members of Parliament, colleagues, dear friends. We have decided to dedicate a first session to the presentation of the priorities of the Belgian Presidency of the Council of the European Union. It will be an opportunity for us to share with you the highlights of our presidency, the priorities, before focusing on some key dossiers. Belgium is presiding the rotating presidency of the European Union for the 13th time. This is a key moment for the European Union, who is really faced with the consequences of the illegal attack perpetrated by Russia against Ukraine. We've had the pandemic, we have to face extreme weather conditions. We are also witnessing an increase in the conflicts of the Middle East. So we have decided a motto to protect, to strengthen, and to anticipate. This illustrates our country's determination at the start of this rotating presidency to provide a better protection for European citizens. The program is structured around 6 main priorities: defending the rule of law, democracy and unity, strengthening our competitiveness, pursuing a fair ecological transition, strengthening our social and health program, protecting individuals and borders, and promoting global Europe.
In addition, Belgium will continue to ensure that we maintain our unwavering support to Ukraine. As the Belgian presidency comes at the end of the European institutional cycle, it will seek to contribute to a smooth transition to the next cycle. It will support the 2024-2029 strategic program and will prepare for the debates on the future of the European Union. So here are the broad outlines of the Belgian presidency program, which will be explained in greater detail by our first speaker, Hadja Labib, Minister for Foreign Affairs, European Affairs and Foreign Trade and Federal Cultural Institutions. During her career as a journalist, Mrs. Labib has worked as a special correspondent and reporter in the Middle East, Chad, Morocco and Afghanistan, as a television news presenter on TV5 Monde, RTBF, and as a documentary producer and director of social, cultural, and political programs. In 2021-2022, she was also in charge of preparing the Brussels bid to become the European Capital of Culture in 2030. In July 2022, she became Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs, a mandate that put her at the forefront of the organization of the Belgian Presidency of the Council of the European Union. So the next speaker will be Mr. Verhofstadt. I'm not sure that he needs to be introduced. Mr. Verhofstadt studied law, then entered into the political life in the city of Ghent. First, and then at federal level when he was appointed as a member of parliament, then as senator, and a first term as vice prime minister, then prime minister, minister in charge of the budget, scientific research, and planning from 1985 till 1988. So he's been a prime minister from 1999 until 2008. In 2009, he was appointed a member of the European Parliament. He was in charge of many key dossiers. The future of the European Union was one of them. Amongst the missions of the Belgian presidency, the preparation of the future of the EU is playing an important role. So Mr. Verhofstadt, as a rapporteur on the plans of the European Parliament, the revision of treaties, we would like now to give you the floor to ask you to tell us more about this report, whose aim is to prepare Europe for its future, with in mind the enlargement. Unfortunately, the minister will have to leave us at 10:30 because she has to be in Strasbourg. She also has to attend a very important meeting there. So the floor is yours.
For the invitation and for the opportunity that is given to me to address you at the beginning of the Belgian presidency of the Council of the European Union. It's a pleasure, since the parliamentary dimension is really dear to me. And I must say that this morning with you sets the tone for the rest of my week, since right after I will head to Strasbourg for the year's first plenary session of the European Parliament, and the first under the Belgian presidency. And that's why I apologize in advance for having to leave early. The parliamentary dimension is very important for our presidency, and the role you will be able to play in the coming months, particularly in view of the European election in June, is really essential. We are well aware that we are at a pivotal moment in our European history, with immense challenges to overcome: geopolitical, economic, social, climate challenges, to name a few. Challenges that call for answers, decisions to be taken in a very short period of time. En tant que dernière présidence de cette législature, la Belgique
Belgium is well aware of the role that it will have to play, and I think that our mission is dual. First of all, we will have to finalize quite a high number of legislative dossiers. Building on the remarkable work of the previous Spanish presidency, it is now up to our teams of fully mobilized negotiators to complete what remains on the negotiating tables. That is to say, more than 60 dossiers that we have to finalize before the end of February. Second, we will have to prepare for the future, in particular with the discussions we will have on the 2024-2029 strategic agenda with a view to the next legislative cycle. And this is a very important task because, of course, it involves nothing less than laying the foundations for the future of our union. Belgium is extremely honored to be holding the presidency of the Council for the 13th time and takes its responsibilities seriously with a willingness to make this presidency a collective success for Belgium, for Europe, for the impact it has in the world, and for our citizens, a commitment that guides us on a daily basis. So to achieve this, we have organized our presidency program around 6 themes with a motto that is as follows: to protect, strengthen, and prepare. So very quickly, I will go through those 6 themes. I know that you have been given the program documents. So first of all, the first topic, the first theme relates to the defense of the rule of law, democracy and unity, as well as our values. For us, the issue of defending our values, such as democracy and the rule of law, is unquestionably the top priority. This is the very foundation on which the whole European project is built. We will seek to improve the efficacy of the tools that we have at our disposal. I have in mind the dialogue on the rule of law, the famous Article 7 procedure with its hearings, and the conditionality mechanism. The second priority is to strengthen our competitiveness. We do have amongst our European companies world leaders. They are innovative, resilient, and they must remain so to be able to compete internationally and operate fairly within the single market. We will therefore be paying particular attention to the report by former Prime Minister Enrico Letta on the future of the single market, and we will also be taking note of the Draghi report on competitivity. The third aims to pursue a fair environmental transition. The great challenge of our generation is undoubtedly to make our economy more sustainable. We will focus, therefore, on a just transition, adaptation, and resilience, but also the circular economy. There are still many legislative dossiers in the Fit for 55 package on the table, and we will work hard to achieve results. The fourth theme involves the strengthening of our social and health program. There, we will focus on a solid and robust social agenda based on the European pillar of social rights. In addition to the legislative work, we will be organizing a summit with the European social partners in Val d'Uchesse in collaboration with the Commission. And we also want to strengthen our health union, a theme that has gained quite a lot of importance since the COVID-19 pandemic. Fifthly, we will pay specific attention to the protection of individuals and borders. Migration is a major concern for all Europeans. The Spanish presidency has been able to reach a political agreement on the pact with the European Parliament, which is excellent news. This pact should strengthen trust, confidence, and solidarity between member states and improve the management of migration. We still need to codify it, to refine the technical details, and to guarantee that it is implemented. We will pay specific attention to the fight against organized crime, prevention, and the fight against terrorism. And as far as defense is concerned, the aim will be to consolidate the European defense technological and industrial base. Finally, the last cluster relates to the promotion of Europe on the world stage. In the current geopolitical context, maintaining and strengthening our place on the international stage is a major challenge. The war in Ukraine will continue to be high on our agenda. We must continue to help the Ukrainian people for as long as necessary. And of course, we also have the situation in the Middle East, where the suffering of civilian populations is reaching unbearable, dramatic levels. This concerns us every day. The de-escalation and full respect of international humanitarian law are more necessary than ever, as are renewed negotiations for a lasting peace with a two-state solution. Finally, we need to strengthen our relations with our global partners, including Africa, but not only Africa. We want to make progress on the Global Gateway Strategy, the European Peace Facility, and the implementation of the Samoa Agreement or the post-Cotonou Agreement. Finally, we are thinking today about the Europe of tomorrow, and we will therefore be working on the future of Europe. The Union must strengthen its foundations and therefore reform itself, certainly with a view to a possible future enlargement. This involves three key aspects: reforming our institutions to make them more efficient, a reflection on our common policies and what we want to do together, and finally, how they are to be funded, and more importantly, with what budget. In parallel with these reflections, it is clear that candidate countries will also have to pursue the reforms necessary for their possible future integration. So under our Belgian presidency, we will follow up with the guidelines of the European Council in close collaboration with the Commission and the Member States. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to share with you briefly my own priorities for the three councils I will attend and I will sometimes chair. First of all, as a Minister for Foreign Affairs, I will support the High Representative Josep Borrell at the Foreign Affairs Council. At the Gimnish Informal Council meeting early February, I will focus on Africa. The aim will be to look at our continent-to-continent relations, and in particular, the commitments made at the last African Union-European Union ministerial meeting in 2022. We will also have a working session with Turkey. As a Minister for Foreign Affairs, I will be chairing the General Affairs Council, where we will be preparing for the European Councils, focusing on the rule of law and the package on the defense of democracy ahead of the European elections. We will also hold our informal council at the end of April, and this will be the opportunity to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the 2004 enlargement in the presence of all candidate countries. This will be an opportunity to look at the issue of enlargement, its success, the challenges of respecting our democratic values and the rule of law in the candidate countries. And finally, as a Minister for Foreign Trade, I will also be chairing the Trade Council. And on this occasion, an informal meeting of ministers will be organized in the presence of the WTO Director General to prepare for the 13th WTO Ministerial Conference Conference in Abu Dhabi at the end of February. During our presidency, we will also be focusing on open strategic autonomy and economic security. So quite a program, isn't it? So to conclude, a final word to conclude. As you know, 2024 is a crucial year for elections with very important challenges that more than ever require action at the European level. So I believe that the onus is on us to dive into those values. The onus is on us to inform our European citizens as best as possible so that they can understand the complexities of those challenges and the answers that we are trying to suggest as well, because we want to have democratic, transparent elections. The national parliaments of the 27 member states will have a key role to play. They can take up those questions, protect and nurture our democracy, inform their populations. It is important to bring EU citizens closer to our institutions that are deemed too often to be too far away from us. The onus is on us to listen, to come closer to them, and to be at the service of one of the most beautiful democratic project, the European Union. And we have to face together with courage the challenges of the world of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Madame la Ministre, merci pour cette présentation des priorités.
Minister, thank you very much for presenting the priorities of the Belgian presidency. Dear colleagues, now you have the possibility to ask for the floor. You will find, I think, the explanations on your table how to use your microphone, and you will have a predetermined speaking time.
Voor een tussenkomst.
I now would like to give the floor to Mr. Verhofstadt for 10 minutes approximately. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. 10 minutes, that's a very long time for a MEP. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much to the House of Representatives here in Belgium for the invitation, and the Senate. So I'm going back here to my sources in a way, because I have been a member of both chambers.
Since as chair of the Conference on the Future of Europe, I had the possibility to work closely together with the COSAC and with many people that I see in the room. I see Mr. Rapin from the French Senate, with whom we have got long discussions during the conference. My colleagues, Mr. Karas and Mr. Goerens from the European Parliament, Mr. Hofreiter from the Bundestag, Mrs. Judith Varga from Hungary. I think that we are a little bit we jump back in time a little bit when I see you all. It's like we start the conference on the future of Europe. But that's not the purpose of my presence here. The purpose of my presence is to present to you, in the name of the European Parliament and as rapporteur for the European Parliament, the request that European Parliament has made to the European Council to launch, based on Article 48 of the Treaties of the European Union, an in-depth discussion by a convention on the future of the European Union. And why this is necessary in the light of the future enlargement of the European Union. I was member of the European Council and chair of the European Council 23 years ago, in 2001, and that was an interesting time, because at that time there didn't exist a permanent presidency of the Council. And if I compare the state of the European Union today and of the world today with what was the state of the world and the European Union in 2001, yeah, you can say there are a lot of similarities. In 2001, you remember there was a threat on democracy that was the Al-Qaeda launch of terror on the Twin Towers. It was a period in which we entered as a reaction with our American friends in Afghanistan, where we were not united, I have to tell you that, to recognize that in the European Union on a response to Iraq, where we were divided in the European Union. And it was a period in 2001 when we started to prepare the enlargement of the European Union to 10 new member states, what led to the enlargement a few later of all these countries in the European family. And yeah, you can see the similarity with today. In 2023-24, we have again threats on our democracy, because what is happening in Ukraine is not only a brutal invasion of Russia in Ukraine, it's an attack on liberal democracy, on the way we see the organizations of our society. And also, compared to 2001, we have some difficulties to have a unity of view on this and our other conflicts in the world, especially the ongoing tragedy in Gaza and in the Middle East. And as it was also the case in 2001, we are again preparing an enlargement of the European Union. And we will go not with 10 member states, but possibly with 7, 8, 9 member states. And we will create a European Union, not from 27, but probably from 35, 36, or 37, I don't know, member states in the future. So there are quite some similarities between 2001, I would say, and 2023. And one of these similarities is also that, as was the case in 2001, we see from the side of the European Parliament, and I think that many of our colleagues in the national parliaments have the same opinion, the absolutely dramatic need also for a reform of the European Union, to prepare the European Union for this new enlargement to 35, 36 or 37 member states. The examples are clear. I will only give a few of the reforms that in our point of view are needed. First of all, the question of unanimity. We have now made in total 12 sanction packages on sanctions against Russia for the brutal invasion of Ukraine. The last sanction package, the 12th one, has taken months and months and months before agreeing on it because of the unanimity requirement that is foreseen. The same on the defense of the values inside the European Union and the incapacity to apply the treaty as it exists today, more precisely Article 7 of the treaty. Third example, that was the consequence of the pandemic, the need for a health union. We reacted very decisively, I would say, rapidly even, what is not always the case in the European Union, after the outbreak of the pandemic, but it's clear that a health union is certainly a need if we want to be prepared for future challenges in the field of health. The same for the energy union. A union that has already been created in 2006. I remember that in London, Hampton Court, the last big presidency of Tony Blair in the Union. Then we created in 2006 the Energy Union, but not a lot has been done since that date. Then the Defence Union. It's clear today that a defense union on the level of Europe is needed. We spent a staggering 240 billion euro every year with the 27 member states of the European Union on defense. That's exactly the same amount as the Chinese that we spend on defense. That's 4 times, now 3 times more than the Russians spend on defense. But we are not capable, without the help of our American friends, to defend our democracies, to defend Ukraine, in supplying weapons, in supplying training, and so on. So spending 240 billion a year, and then through duplication, see only such an outcome is certainly a thing to reconsider. And then finally, and that concerns directly the national parliaments, it's clear that democracy needs to be enhanced in the Union, and part of that democracy is the subsidiarity and the role that national parliaments play. As you know, together, European Parliament and national parliaments have defended during the Conference on the Future of Europe the need to change that role, enhance the role of national parliaments in subsidiarity and in the control, and to introduce in the future what we call a type of a green card in the European Union, giving the possibilities to national parliaments to directly propose initiative, activities, proposals on the European level, and not only playing, I would say, the bad cop in the European Union by stopping, by halting proposals that are coming from the European side. So to change this, a change of all these elements is, in our point of view, absolutely needed. Certainly, if we will live in a world where the Union will be bigger as today, 35, 36, in probably a world where will be more insecure, more brutal, maybe with the return of Mr. Trump in the White House, I cannot imagine how we will be secure in the future if we don't take ourselves our responsibilities. And it's therefore that based on the outcome on the Conference of the Future of Europe, the European Parliament has proposed in a report that has been adopted in December of last year, a number of important changes to the treaties, including the role of national parliaments in the European democracy. And as you know, this is a first time that it is happening, that Parliament is using Article 48 of the treaty to ask for a convention. And why a convention is so important? Because a convention is not only representatives of national governments who are coming together to change the treaties. A convention creates the possibility, the need to have a close participation of national parliaments in it and European Parliament. It opens a parliamentary dimension that you will not find in other ways to reform or to discuss the treaties. And so I'm hoping in any way that already during the Belgian presidency, but if not the Hungarian presidency, will certainly pick it up. A decision can be taken by the Council, by simple majority, to launch this exercise that is crucial for national parliaments and crucial for the European Parliament. Thank you.
Voilà. Dank u, meneer Verhofstadt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verhofstadt. Thank you very much for your presence, Madam Minister, and drive safely to Strasbourg. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Verhofstadt, for expressing your views as a member of the European Parliament. We are now going to move to the debate. We will go until 11:15 for the debate, since we are slightly running behind schedule. So we're going to give every speaker 90 seconds to speak.
You the floor. I would like to ask you to respect the speaking time to ensure the smooth running of our work. Voilà, a-t-on la liste? Voilà. And we begin with Mr. Conde Lopez from Spain.
Simplemente trasladar.
Thank you very much, Chair. I asked to speak simply because I wanted to thank our two prestigious guests. And I would like also to thank you for the ongoing support that we've enjoyed during the 6 months of the Spanish presidency. This certainly was instrumental in achieving our priorities. And I would like to ask you to continue working on the dossiers for which we've started work under the Spanish presidencies. These dossiers are included in the Granada Declaration. It's important to make sure that the priorities of the Spanish presidency contribute to the fundamental values of the European Union. I wish also to speak to Guy Verhofstadt. Thank you. Thank you very much to you and to the European Parliament for the work that you have done in enhancing the role of national parliaments in the future of the European Union. It is essential for our role to be recognized as such and even to be enhanced. COSAC is involved in this work, and we are of the opinion that it deserves some recognition. Thank you.
Pouvez-vous vous lever pour...
Could you please stand up so that we can better see you?
Just a second, excuse me.
Okay. Now it can be heard, maybe better. Yeah, because maybe the distance was not good enough. So, okay, my time is to start. So thank you very much, Chairman, Honourable Member of the European Parliament. As a member of the trio, you can count on Hungary's support throughout your presidency, and we welcome your commitment to continue the work as regards the competitiveness of the EU. As an incoming presidency, competitiveness and also tackling the demographic challenge of the EU will be also our priority, and we also welcome the Commission toolbox on demography, which was just published last year. And we will also do our best to ensure a swift and smooth institutional transition during the summer, and enlargement will be among the flagship topics of our presidency. As Mr. Verhofstadt rightly said, this year marks the 20th anniversary of the so far largest and historic EU enlargement. And at the same time, we also have to say that in the last 20 years, our Western Balkan partners couldn't become full members, since it was only Croatia which was successfully actually concluding accession talks during our first presidency in June 2011. I think, dear colleagues, that the Belgian presidency takes place at a crucial period when European citizens can decide about their future. Polls also show that a big amount of European citizens are still critical about extreme federalism. So I think there's a chance for them to choose about their future. And finally, before closing, let me confirm that Hungary calls for a ceasefire and peace in Ukraine and also in the Middle East. And we are providing a large-scale humanitarian assistance to the war-torn places of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Poursuivre, Monsieur Charles Goerens.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Charles Goering from the European Parliament.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to thank Guy Verhofstadt. I fully agree with what he said, not because he belongs to the same political group as me, but simply because his proposals are only but common sense. I fully subscribe to his views of willing to change the treaties for the simple reason that when we grant the status of a candidate country to a member state, we are making a promise. What we promise to the citizens of the country receiving the candidate country status is that we are going to step in case of freedom of the press is violated. What we promise to them is that justice in their country is guaranteed by the European Union. The promise we make to them is that they're going to join a European Union which enjoys a presence on the world stage. And finally, the last thing we promise to them is security. I think that we're not in a position to deliver on these promises without making in-depth changes in the way the European Union works. That is the very reason why I fully subscribe to the proposals which have been made. We should put an end to unanimity. Let us take the foreign affairs policy. If you look at the external policy agenda of the European Union, there is nearly always a format in which there is no room for the high-level representative, the Vice President of the European Commission for External Affairs. This is unacceptable. This should be put an end to. This is essential, especially if we want to make sure that across the European Union we defend our fundamental values. We should move away from this, and it's not enough to meet the Copenhagen criteria. At the moment when the country joins the European Union, we should make sure that the Copenhagen criteria are still complied with when the countries become member of the European Union. There is still much work to be done. I must say that I was quite disappointed by the result achieved by the proposal coming from Guy Verhofstadt as a co-rapporteur. I hope that with the support of the colleague, we can make a progress in that particular avenue. Thank you very much. We now give the floor to Bulgaria.
Chair, and I want to congratulate you for the Belgian presidency, and yesterday's start was impressive. I'm also very pleased to say that the priorities that you have outlined are the priorities that we see from the Bulgarian Parliament very much in line. What I have seen in your priorities is that the 6 points are not only important as individual points, but the links between them. We understand that competitiveness cannot be achieved without the rule of law. We understand that we cannot achieve competitiveness without green transition or eliminating inequality or having more inclusivity. What my appeal to you would be, let's have focused, quick wins that are there to be taken. For example, when we talk about the rule of law, should we open the idea of what should be the mandate for the European Prosecutor's Office? Should we start increasing their power over cross-border money flows? We know that the challenges of illegal funds into the Union from actors such as Russia could be damaging to the rule of law of the Union. So I appeal for quick wins in that direction. Also, when we talk about competitiveness, we should take out these inefficient non-tariff barriers to trade, which are still there. I'm very pleased that we got accepted into the Schengen area, but for example, not having the land Schengen crossings open still have 4 days of delay in our trade flows. So let's focus on quick wins, otherwise we congratulate you on your priorities. Thank you.
I thank you. Pour poursuivre, Mathilda Ernkrantz de la Suède.
Next is Sweden.
Thank you for a lovely dinner and a beautiful musical concert yesterday evening, and a very good luck to the Belgian Presidency. Full support for your commitment on continued work with the rule of law. It's truly a cornerstone in the European cooperation. It was also something that the Swedish presidency worked with, and also something that Sweden for many years has prioritizing. So full support. It's more than important than ever to give full commitment to safeguarding rule of law. Also full support to prioritizing support to Ukraine. It's crucial that the EU family steps up and support Ukraine with new money and weapons sooner rather than later. They fight for the security for all of us, and we owe them our support. And finally, I want to, with all my heart, support the focus on gender and gender equality. This is really important, putting gender equality, gender awareness, and women's representation in Parliament. It's important to putting this on the agenda, because gender equality is really not something that once is won and thereafter runs smoothly. Look upon my own parliament in Sweden. We actually, this mandatory period, we have fewer women in positions as chairperson or vice chairperson, a backlash. So full support to the presidency and Belgium to continue working on women's representation in the parliament, and a very good luck. Thank you.
I thank you. Pour suivre, Monsieur
Next, we have Mr. Adjukovic from Croatia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to congratulate you, of course, for the good priorities you have outlined, and to wish you all the best in their fulfillment. But, dear colleagues, I feel that we need to underline two things about the priorities and about what will shape the Europe, at least in the next few years. Defending Ukraine is definitely one of those topics. Now, they are present in the priorities, but we know what is at stake here. Not only the freedom of Ukraine, but the freedom of this continent, and indeed the future of our Europe. And this needs to be said again and again for those who may be forgetting it. And Ukraine is at the crossroads, at a very delicate moment when they need our support. So I do think that we should push harder, our governments, but also in the Council, to step up the help for the defense of the Ukraine, as well as helping Ukraine, but not only Ukraine, other states as well, in their European integration project. The second topic I wish to underline is, of course, enlargement. We have a separate point on our agenda about enlargement, so I will be more thorough when we discuss it in detail. But I think it needs to be said again that enlargement is a partnership of the European Union on one hand, and a country that has aspiration to join the European Union on the other. And the failure of the country to draw closer to the European Union is not only the failure of that country alone, but our joint failure. This is why we need to step our efforts into helping them, drawing them nearer, and finishing the project of the European Union by hopefully having them all in membership as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Monsieur Jean-François Rapin pour la France.
Next, the floor is to France, to Jean-François Rapin. Thank you, Eliane. Thank you very much, Gaëtan, for your welcoming us here. As an elected representative from a cross-border area, I feel here in Namur as if I'm in family. because we enjoy a very narrow links of friendship, even though the Belgian presidency of the European Council is constrained because of the upcoming European legislations. I know that we can count on the professionalism and the sense of compromise of our Belgian friends in order to make sure that you can finalize the current legislative programs and prepare for the upcoming challenges, such as the upcoming enlargement, but also the revision of the multi-annual financial framework. In June, we'll have European elections. There is a feeling of distrust that is growing in a number of countries. I think it's important to bring Europe closer to its citizens. It's important to strengthen the ethical rules and the rules of transparency at the EU level following the Qatargate case. We can regret the lack of ambition of the European Commission in that area, even though we know how important it is for restoring trust among the citizens. Will this be a priority of the Belgian presidency? And what is your level of ambition regarding the future powers of the ethics body? On the eve of a new cycle, is it not time to address the technocratic drift of the EU institutions? I'm here speaking about the multiplication of standards without any impact assessment, the priority given to regulations rather to directives, as well as the over-reliance on delegated acts. I am convinced that the national parliaments that represent the people, that is closer to the field, have an essential role to play, and I would like to thank Mr. Guy Verhofstadt for expressing his views. Next is Romania.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Chair.
To begin with, I wish you all a happy, peaceful and prosperous New Year with more stability and security to our borders. I would like to make a small reference at what Mr. Guy Verhofstadt said about the enlargement of the European Union. The beauty of the European Union lies in the fact that every 5 years or a decade, the EU can enlarge. Despite the geopolitical context and all the challenges, the EU can take steps to enlarge the European space thanks to the European values that more and more people in the country want to share. Also, please allow me to congratulate the Spanish presidency for its substantial achievements in pursuing the European agenda despite the difficult context. Then I would like to welcome the Belgian presidency of the Council and its priorities for this semester, especially its efforts to strengthen the EU's internal market, to carry on the green and digital transition, to address all remaining legislative files associated with the new European Pact on migration and asylum, to promote a global Europe and to protect our citizens, our democracies and values. In the same context, I wish to salute the bringing back to the foreground of the priorities linked to the European Pillar of Social Rights as a basis for an ambitious social agenda aiming to build a fairer and more inclusive European Union. I believe that the enhancement of the social dimension of Europe, together with the strengthening of the territorial cohesion, should stay at the forefront of the EU's future strategic agendas in order to fight against unemployment, poverty, social exclusion and all types of inequality, and to ensure a just, fair and inclusive green and digital transition. It is also essential to continue to act towards the EU's resilience and security by reducing our dependencies, creating value-based partnership, ensuring our long-term competitiveness and sustainable and inclusive growth. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Il faut s'en tenir au temps si possible.
Please make sure you stick to your speaking time. I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Lopatak from Austria.
Merci, Chairman. Dear colleagues, as the Minister mentioned at the beginning of the debate, we are facing huge challenges. Soon the war in Ukraine will last 2 years. It's a threat for the whole continent. And now in Gaza, there is war Israel and the Palestinians are in a very difficult situation. From our point of view, from the Austrian point of view, in days like this, we have to be very clear on the side of democracy, of the freedom of the people. But on the other side, we need clear regulations and fighting illegal migration. We have to strengthen the European Union, and we have not to forget that we need a strong economic European Union, competitiveness and resilience for our companies. And we have not to lose the perspective for the Western Balkans. And I'm very thankful, Guy Verhofstadt, that he mentioned that then we have to think of reforms of the European Union. And I'm thankful to the European Parliament for your proposal in November to change the treaties. We had this task force with Jean-Claude Juncker doing less but more efficiently. Here we proposed this green card because we have to give in the work of the national parliaments and the European Union our common work also a positive sense. And this green card is one of these chances. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Ferenczak from Slovakia.
The Republic welcomes Belgium's decision to choose the competitiveness as well as the development of the Europe economical potential. We believe that it requires greater flexibility investments in areas such as artificial intelligence, energy transformation, or technological autonomy. We appreciate the Belgium's priority for a green and just transition. We believe that the approach to ecological transformation should be flexible, gradual, and economically sustainable. I am extremely pleased that we have reached a political agreement on the Migration and Asylum Pact. The Slovak Republic considers the establishment of detention facilities for migrants as well as a reinforcement of the European borders by the Frontex as crucial. Lastly, I would like to wish Belgian presidency a lot of success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Poursuivre, Madame.
Next, we've got Mrs. Morku Naite from Lithuania.
Thank you, dear Chairman. Dear colleagues, 33 years ago, 1991, on these days, I, as a child, I was standing together with my family and thousands of Lithuanians on the streets of Vilnius, defending our freedom. 40 people at these days were killed by Soviet soldiers. The very same Russian soldiers are killing people now in Ukraine. They kill people in Georgia. Therefore, I fully support the proposal made by our Ukrainian colleague today, and I really would like that COSAC meeting would adapt our positions on current situation. I thank you, dear Belgian colleagues, for the priorities you presented, but I ask you, do not forget Ukraine. Help by all means. Sanctions, frozen assets, military, humanitarian support. Let's not shift our life back to normal while abnormal things are happening in our neighborhood. One of the Belgian priorities is migration, very important issue. Thank you for Spanish presidency for a great work on this question. And thank you, dear colleagues, for those who joined my and Finnish colleague initiative on instrumentalization of migration, to recognize it as new form of migration, new form of a hybrid war. Please, dear colleagues, kindly remind to your colleagues in the European Parliament to support the outcome of the trilogues on Migration Pact. And thank you, dear colleagues, that we can be and work together. Let's defend Ukraine, let's defend Europe.
Thank you, Monsieur Hofreiter, pour la...
Mr. Hofreiter from Germany.
Ja, vielen Dank. Vielen Dank für die Prioritäten. Ich möchte mich
Thank you. Thank you very much for the priorities that you've outlined to us. I would like to follow up on what has been said by the previous speakers. The war in Ukraine is a brutal war. Unfortunately, the war continues. Ukraine is still on the defensive, and the ammunitions and the weapons which have been promised. The problem is that that only half of what has been promised has been delivered. In Europe, it seems that we are good at making promises, but we're not so good when it comes to delivering on these promises. And the very idea that Donald Trump becomes the next president of the United States, then Germany needs to make much more, needs to make sure that we send missiles and all of the ammunitions that Ukraine needs. But we need to work on the defense and on armament in order to defend Ukraine. We must be clear about the situation, because Russia is at war, and if Ukraine is no longer in a position to free their territory, then Russia may decide to launch a full-scale attack on other countries. Europe, therefore, could become integrated into this war. We need to make sure that we supply the ammunition, that we supply the armament. This is something that we should do if we want to avoid the war taking place in our countries. Thank you. Next, Mr. Gutierrez Pietro for Spain.
Sí, muy bien. Muchas gracias a la presidenta.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Belgian Presidency. Thank you very much, Mr. Verhofstadt. We've worked together for quite a number of years at the European Parliament. It is true that the current situation is very reminiscent of the year 2000, but there was also the financial crisis that we experienced with the euro crisis, and which has led to Brexit. Today we are in a slightly different situation, because we paid the price. We paid a heavy price for closing the gates of Europe. Now we have the opportunity of opening the gates to Europe. Every time we experience a crisis and we come up against difficulties, the European Union overcomes these difficulties and becomes stronger in doing so. But let us not forget that when we meet difficulties, the European Union tries to overcome these difficulties, but the problem is that there is a growing skepticism from the citizens towards the EU and the EU institutions. So we should learn from our mistake. We should learn from our past lessons. We should look for different solutions. There are economic asymmetries that could provide us with a different solution. And I insist that we should learn from our past mistakes. Back during the Juncker Commission with the white paper, they suggested different assumptions so as to make it possible for some country to move faster than others without necessarily leaving the other countries behind. And I think that we can move ahead with some enhanced cooperation.
Ensuite, Monsieur Chatsi Vassileu.
Next, we have Mr. Vatsi Chasileu for Greece.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Regarding the Belgian presidency priorities, we particularly welcome the fact that you announced that the protection of people and borders, namely the migration folder, will be a top priority. As you know, Greece bears the burden for the whole continent. Therefore, we always need our partners' support. This is why we're really thankful for that. So, concerning the internal reforms, our focus should be on adjusting policies and EU funding, which have a direct bearing on the EU citizens' everyday life. Apart from that, Greece pursues adequate funding for the common agricultural and cohesion policies, along with the enhancement of preparedness and prevention against natural disasters. In other words, dear colleagues, a civil protection mechanism should be incorporated into the CAP and cohesion policy as soon as possible. Moreover, Greece anticipates that the economic governance review will be concluded as soon as possible, given the fact that an agreement at Council level has already been reached. Dear colleagues, the Belgian presidency is taking place at a critical time for the EU. As you know, we have the Russian invasion against Ukraine and the crisis in Gaza after Hamas atrocities. Therefore, we're looking forward to cooperating with you for the sake of our peoples and countries, and we support your presidency. Therefore, your country, your friendly nation, has the knowledge and the experience to succeed. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, thank you very much. Poursuivre, Madame Pellegrino.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Pellegrino now for Italy.
Thank you, President. One of the key moments here that is emerging is the Red Sea, so the free circulation in the seas. Italy firmly condemns the repeated attacks of the Houthi against the ships in the Red Sea and supports the strengthening of free and safe circulation in conformity with international treaties. It is fully legitimate to defend our ships in the commercial routes and to support humanitarian assistance. We're in favor of the resolution of the Security Council of the United Nations at 2722 of the 27th of January last, and we fully support the efforts of the United Nations. We are watchful that all of this should have and come to an end, and we would like to highlight the constant violations of Resolution 2216 of 2016, which we believe is essential to guarantee the safety of our seas in order to prevent and contrast efforts of destabilization, which it is up to the European Union international community, and it is therefore essential to avoid an exacerbation of the tensions in this region, which was given that there are other wars unfolding in other areas. And on behalf of the European Union and our member states, we need to reinforce and strengthen all of these points that we fully support.
Monsieur Uja.
Thank you very much. I now would like to give the floor to the Polish representative. Thank you very much to our Belgian colleagues. Thank you very much for welcoming us. At the beginning of our conference, we paid tribute to Jacques Delors, and I would like to recall here that he was a very pragmatic person, not a dogmatic one. When it comes to the institutional future of the European Union, we have to look for more efficient mechanisms that will respect the position of all countries, small-size countries, average-size countries. This is important. And I believe that we need to strike a balance between the European structures on the one hand and the structures of the member states on the other. Each institutional structure needs to be efficient and flexible. This is why I would like to recommend that COSAC should assess an assessment of the role played by the national parliaments in this European setting. And we should also prepare new recommendations to strengthen institutional standards for the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear colleague. Let's continue with Mr. Botic from Montenegro.
Co-Chairman, respected colleagues, in Montenegro we welcome the Belgian presidency in very good spirits, although we are aware of the many challenges we are facing nowadays together, European Union and the candidate countries. Defending peace in Europe, internal reform of the EU and enlargement policies are top priorities and should be dealt hand in hand, simultaneously. Exactly because of these geopolitical and geostrategic realities, it's no big surprise that I would like to focus on the enlargement part of the policy, which I feel that EU needs to reawaken and to revive in the best possible manner. In this manner, EU will show its capability to change from the inside and the outside without making gaps in this process. Especially when it comes to Montenegro, a country where we have over 80% support for this process, a new government with new open dialogue between the parties in the position and the opposition, and practically a consensus, a unanimous dedication for the European agenda in the national parliament of Montenegro. Thus, I feel the moment is now, the timing is perfect, and the positive signals towards Montenegro are positive signals to all who share the European values and who are on this path of EU enlargement. So congratulations one more time. I wish you all the luck in the next 6 months. Best of luck in the European elections. Montenegro will be here to do its own reforms and hopefully be the next country that joins the EU.
Thank you. Monsieur Otto pour la Finlande ensuite.
Thank you very much indeed. Finland now, Mr. Otto. For Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and dear colleagues. We live very difficult times. We need a strong Europe more than ever, and unwavering support for Ukraine needs to be our most important priority. Increasing the Europe's competitiveness and strategic autonomy should also be our key priorities. I thank the Belgian Presidency for emphasizing the competitiveness. The single market is the foundation of the strong, resilient and competitive Europe. We must further deepen the single market. We must ensure the level playing field for all without big state subsidies for businesses. In this regard, we should get back to the normal policies as soon as possible and give room for the markets to function. Market economy is our strength also during the times of crisis. It's important to ensure an open economy while we limit the risks of strategic dependencies. EU needs partners, and we should strive for an open and interconnected economy within the democratic countries of the world. That's how we help democracy succeed and we make Europe as strong as it can be.
I thank you. Pour suivre, Monsieur Gigli.
Thank you very much. Now Italy, Mr. Giglo-Vitella.
Thank you, President. I appreciate Belgium's choice with Madame Tillieux, the choice of holding these parliamentary sessions at this conference in the various cities of your country. Italy is divided into regions, and we have various statutes in place. Some regions are more independent than others, and there are a number of differences, and we are undergoing a reform in this regard. As I did in Madrid, I would like to bring your attention to the need to discuss in detail, my dear colleagues, about the future needs of the national parliaments, so that the European Commission issues more laws. In recent years, there have been a number of regulations, an excessive number, in fact, passed by the European Commission, including a number of delegations and proxies. But this excessive use of regulations has, in fact, brought about a reduced clout in national parliaments, when in fact national parliaments are have more importance compared to other local institutions. And this causes a problem for all the countries that have a federal makeup, because this flattens out the legislative system.
din coup de Roumanie.
Romania now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear Chairman, we would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to discover this wonderful region and the capital city of Wallonia, to discover how the regional parliaments are working. This is important at this particular time in Europe. Belgium is a well-known country because it is always able to add some moderation, to reach agreements, and we hope that your main characteristic of a very good mediator will help us under this presidency. Romania is supporting entirely the vision presented by Belgium and the European action that will unfold over the next 6 months. It is important to protect our values, to strengthen our internal capacities, competitiveness, energy, efficiency. It is important to prepare our union for the future. We are available and we are ready to contribute to the development of the European Union. We want the EU to be more resilient. The term of the Belgian presidency is complicated, especially if we think about the next European elections. Those elections will be, in a way, a stress test, a capacity test, and we will see whether we'll be able to maintain ambitious policies to fight the current phenomena based on racism and xenophobia. We really have to take into account those dimensions in this electoral context. There is another very important point, of course, the ongoing wars in Ukraine. We have to maintain our unwavering support to Ukraine. We really have to guarantee sustainable competitiveness, environmental sustainability, and we have to focus on institutions as well. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. There is also another important point. Let's continue the debate about the enlargement of the EU and the future membership of Ukraine and Moldavia. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Sweden, Mr. Walmart.
Colleagues, let's use the windows. We see the winter landscape, but also in these surroundings we have the hills and valleys that have seen the First World War, the Second World War, and the European Union is in many sense the answer why Europe have turned the back to the wars from the First World War and the Second World War. But if we look further on, we can see the hills and valleys of Ukraine, which are under a full-scale invasion, which are in a war. And it's not only a war against Ukraine, it's a war against our Europe, our values, our union. And therefore, when I look at this program from the Belgian presidency, 6 themes, one in each of them, great, good, important. But the most important theme is missing. The continued support for Ukraine with weapons, with money, humanitarian. Because if Ukraine is not winning, and if Russia is not losing, then that winter landscape is going to be eternal for our continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Botcho. Madame Botchorov.
Mrs. Botcharovili from Georgia.
My thanks for your warm welcome yesterday. In this hall today, I see my dear colleagues who provided firm and vocal support for Georgia's European integration. First of all, I would like to thank you for your efforts and contribution in support of EU's decision to grant Georgia EU's candidate status last December. This truly historic decision laid a solid foundation for the fulfillment of the long-awaited dream of the Georgian people. It was not easy to reach this momentum against the backdrop of multiple challenges and intensive disinformation campaigns. My gratitude goes to everyone who helped us to start writing a new, truly European page of our history instead of contributing to rewriting it. We are not naive and realize how challenging the journey ahead will be towards the final destination to become the integral part of the European family. But now we can move forward with more confidence, as we are not alone, and this road we will be moving forward towards our common goals together. And the common goal is bigger, stronger, and better Europe. I hope the Belgian EU presidency, with its priorities, will contribute to this process, and we will be able to move even closer to the European Union soon. I wish you successful presidency in these very important times for the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. Madame German pour la...
Thank you very much. Now the representative of Moldavia.
Belgian Presidency, dear colleagues and friends, very glad and proud to be here with you today. My country, Moldova, along with our neighbor and friend, Ukraine, experienced a historical moment on December 14, 2023, when we welcomed the European Council's decision to launch the accession negotiations. Let me express our deepest appreciation and gratitude for the substantial political, financial, and practical support and guidance provided by the European Commission and European Union member states, which has been invaluable on European Moldova's path. Certainly, this long-awaited positive outcome marks a new stage in our dialogue and represents a significant step for Moldova. And we assure you in this particular phase, although we face challenging and destabilizing times, we remain fully committed to our long-term goal to score progress in justice reform, human rights, labor, digital transformation, green transition, financial sectors, and other important areas in the accession procedure. In the past few years, dear friends, Moldova has faced challenges that tested our commitment to the European choice, the sovereign choice of aligning with the free world, the family of European democracies. We have not confronted direct military aggression, but our airspace has been violated. Attempts have been made to divide our society. We have countered cyber attacks and aggressive misinformation. We are facing direct efforts from Kremlin to disrupt the reform process and challenge the democratic rule.
I thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, and keep staying by our side. Thank you.
Madame Kovac pour...
Mrs. Kovac for Serbia.
Dear colleagues, each EU presidency sets different priorities. Starting from the current situation in which the European continent found itself, Belgium defined the priorities of its presidency in the most correct way and in accordance with the current international circumstances. Anyway, I would like to add that the enlargement policy is equally important and should not be neglected and meaningless, and should be evaluated based on the individual progress of each candidate country for EU membership. Serbia is solidly on the path to the European integration and will continue with reforms. We, who are candidates from the region, have done a significant job on harmonizing regulations and should get involved in common market policies and use the EU market much more. We are also aware of the fact that geostrategic context has changed a lot in the last 2 years. The Republic of Serbia will continue to harmonize gradually its foreign and security policy with the policies of the EU, so that at the end of the negotiations, they will be fully harmonized. In that light, I would like to take this opportunity to express the hope that Belgium, one of the founding members of the European Union, who had played a key role in the creation and evaluation of European cooperation, will give significant contribution during its presidency in supporting further EU enlargement as a crucial quality and as a part of EU identity. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you. Ensuite, Madame Klimpuch-Cinzat.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kempush, for Ukraine now.
Dear colleagues, looking at the priorities of the Belgian presidency, I appreciate the one defending the values, the rule of law and democracy, and I do believe that this needs also special attention in aspiring countries to ensure that they are not joining in the Union with the potential challenges as we see in some of the European Union member states at this moment. However, I also would like to agree with all my colleagues who have stated here that the war against Ukraine is the war against the free choice, is the war against the international law, and is the war against everything that the European Union was built upon and is believing in. So in order to have the possibility to pursue your goals, to pursue efficiently all of the themes that are outlined in your presidency priorities, like economic potential, competitiveness, social inclusiveness, it is the need to help Ukraine to defeat Russian Federation. That is the priority number one. Otherwise, it will be impossible to carry on any of the goals that you are setting up for yourselves. The war in Ukraine, I want to remind to my colleagues, does not last for almost 2 years. It lasts almost 10 years. And those who are calling on ceasefire and peace, I totally agree with. But remember, we, the Ukrainians, are the nation that longs for peace most of all. But in order for that to happen, that means that Russian Federation has to vacate our territories, has to return our children, has to free our people, has to finally become obedient to the international law, and has to assume the responsibility for this war and pay for the destruction, and has to be punished. And that can be achieved only together with you. I hope that you will be supporting Ukrainian people as long as it takes for Ukraine to win and to defeat Russian Federation. Thank you.
Je vous remercie. Madame Krasniki.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Krasniki, for Kosovo.
First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity given us to participate in this meeting. We follow with interest the priorities of Belgian presidency of the EU Council during the 6 months of 2024. And we hope that European Union during this Belgian presidency will take Kosovo, keep in mind, and give it the status of candidate country for EU membership. Since Kosovo officially applies for EU membership in December 2022 during the Czech presidency. Within the framework of the state building together with the help of France, Kosovo aims that the common European values are not only their achievement, but also the promotion of sustainable peace in the Western Balkans and beyond in Europe. But this is possible if we work together and if we have the help of EU member states. No EU country offers more minority rights than Kosovo, with Albania majority of over 90%. However, the European Union has not been fair to Kosovo because it has imposed some measures against Kosovo, despite the injury that was done to Kosovo with the Serbian terrorist attack in the north in village of Banjska. We ask the European Union to immediately remove the measure imposed on Kosovo. We also ask the 5 member states that have not yet recognized Kosovo, it is time for them to change their attitudes toward Kosovo, because this has been proven by Kosovo's alignment with Western democratic countries during Russia's military aggression against Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank you. Et pour finir, Monsieur.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Singhi, now for Turkey.
Dear colleagues, I am the last but not the least. We have listened to the priorities of Belgian presidency, and thank to Mr. Verhofstadt because of his very clear expressions about the security of the European Union. While we were crying for the Ukrainian people, unfortunately over 100 days, Israel has begun a massacre, a systemic and brutal massacre to Palestinian people, and we are really condemning them heartfully. I would like to remind the crucial role of Turkey in the defense system of the EU, because as Mr. Verhofstadt mentioned about the security expenses of the EU and the need to the US support in security. Turkey is geopolitically and geostrategically in a very important location. And as you would remember, Turkey has mediated between Russia and Ukraine for energy security, for food security, for grain security, because all of them are interconnected to each other. So especially in Syrian war, Turkey was a buffer location for migration too. So as a candidate country, we would like to emphasize the role of Turkey in the EU defense system. Thank you so much.
Merci, monsieur. Voilà, chers collègues.
Thank you very much indeed. Dear colleagues, I think that now we have reached the end of this exchange. Of course, you will have the opportunity to know more about the priorities of the Belgian presidency. Mr. Kubusko from Poland had asked the floor during the questions of procedures. I think that you can now have the floor just for a few words.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, thank you for welcoming me at the COSAC meeting for the very first time. This is a great pleasure and honor for me personally. Let me say a few words on behalf of the Polish delegation. After the recent elections in the country and the change of the government, we can openly say and frankly say that Poland is back. That Poland is back as a constructive member of the European family, ready to discuss and to decide about the presence and the future of the European Union and our joint treaties. We work hard in Poland, and this is a huge challenge, to restore the rule of law, to strengthen the democratic institutions in the country, and to work hard on improving the quality and independence of our judiciary. Our support for Ukraine remains rock solid. Our Ukrainian friends, as was told before by many colleagues here, our Ukrainian friends and neighbors are fighting not only for their own future and freedom, but the future and freedom of the whole of the Europe. We need to keep supporting Ukraine with all possible means, but we also need to keep thinking about our own security, strengthening our own defense, getting and preparing to be ready to defend Europe. Best of luck to the Belgian presidency. Again, thank you for welcoming us to the COSAC meeting. We are looking forward to work closely with the Belgian presidency, also preparing for the Poland presidency in the first half of 25. Thank you very much.
Merci, chers collègues, et bienvenue.
Thank you very much indeed, dear colleague, and welcome to you. We'll now have a coffee break that will only last 15 minutes, so we will resume at 11:45 sharp. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, could you please be seated? We're about to resume our work. Dear colleagues, the second session of this meeting of the COSAC Chairpersons takes a closer look at the priority of the Belgian EU Presidency, namely the European Pillar of Social Rights. Also in the field of social rights, former European Commission President Jacques Delors was a visionary who wanted more than a big single market. Jacques Delors sought a social Europe, a Europe that would protect workers from possible side effects of the single market. Jacques Delors strove for a social Europe with agreements on labour rights and worker participation. Jacques Delors' initiatives played a decisive role in involving the social partners in the progress of European integration. Despite the European social regulations and directives, there was a need for a compass, a basic text that would indicate the direction of social Europe. The European Pillar of Social Rights, proclaimed in 2017, has become that compass. The European Pillar of Social Rights defines 20 fundamental principles on equal opportunities, quality of work, social protection and inclusion. The 20 principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights are the beacons that guide us towards a strong social Europe. The legislative measures launched right after the Porto Declaration of May 2021 reflect the commitment towards an egalitarian and inclusive Europe in which the fight for gender equality and access to fundamental rights also play a central role in building a fairer and more equitable society. The trio of the presidency that includes Spain, Belgium and Hungary will continue its efforts to ensure the effective implementation of the action plan on the European Pillar of Social Rights. During the Belgian presidency, social dialogue will be the main focus. The objective is to be able to define the European social agenda for the next legislature of the European Union with a contribution for all member states. The Belgian presidency wants to push for fair labour mobility, mental health at work and access to sustainable social protection, and also wants to strengthen the social dimension of the European semester. A high-level conference will be held on the 15th and 16th of April in La Hulpe with the aim of setting out the broad lines of the social Europe's ambitions for the period running from 2024 to 2029. Today's meeting of COSAC can already give impetus to the exchange of views on the future of the European Pillar of Social Rights as a fundamental element of European integration. There will be two high-level speakers who will take part in this debate. The Federal Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Employment, Mr. Pierre-Yves Dermagne, who also organized a meeting in Namur with the EU Ministers for Work and Employment, a meeting dedicated to the European Pillar of Social Rights. And unfortunately, for health reasons, Mr. Pierre-Yves Dermagne is unable to join us today. We wish him a speedy recovery. Mr. Otmar Karas, first Vice President of the European Parliament and a familiar face within the COSAC's Troika, will be speaking on the topic by way of an introduction. It is for me an honor to introduce you to Professor Béa Cantillon. She's a professor at the University of Antwerp. Béa Cantillon combines academic expertise with political experience. After studying political and social sciences, she became a researcher at the University of Antwerp in 1979 at the Herman de Leek Center for Social Policy. between 1995 and 1999, Mrs. Cantillon was appointed senator, and from 2004 to 2008, she was elected vice rector of the University of Antwerp. The two high-level guests will have a speaking time of 10 minutes. You can now request the floor for this session's debate by using the conference unit in front of you. And don't forget that on your table you will find a sheet explaining the procedure, and I think that you know it all. And so, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Karas.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Präsidentin Eliane Tillieux.
Thank you very much, dear Chair, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, coming from the National Parliament. I come from the European Parliament, and as European Parliament, I would like to welcome the Belgian Presidency of the Council of the European Union. Congratulations for your work program, and congratulations for laying a special emphasis on the European Pillar of Social Rights. Last week, there was a summit of EU ministers for social affairs and employment. The process that was initiated last Thursday should be completed by the time we meet in La Hulpe at the occasion of a three-day conference. In the meantime, there's going to be a meeting convened by the Belgian Presidency that will gather the social partners. The Deputy Prime Minister, Pierre-Yves Dermain, would have wanted to say that the European Pillar of Social Rights is really a compass to us, and we should use it as a compass that gives us a clear direction. The pillar and the future of the European pillar is the future of Europe itself, and I'm sure he would have made references to Jacques Delors. Thanks to the EU Commission Action Plan, and thanks to a great many initiatives, the last few years have made it possible to make sure that, like Jacques Delors' idea, economic and progress can only be achieved provided it is combined with an upward social convergence. I think that what really matters is not so much who is the one managing this compass, the European Pillar of Social Rights. We can only achieve the results and the objectives if everyone at regional, local level, if the social partners and the many other actors work hand in hand. And this is exactly what has been expressed within the Treaty of Lisbon. Our way of living is also represented by a sustainable social market economy. The market economy plays a social role. It has a social function. And they also play a role in terms of the ecology and the sustainability. One cannot go without the other. It's just not possible to have a fully operational single market if across the single market we do not have the capacity of overcoming the obstacles and the barriers. We should not only overcome these barriers, we should abolish them. Guy Verhofstadt this morning talked about the social Europe. He was also talking about the EU Energy Union and the EU Health Union. The social pillar plays a pivotal role. and it is really a prerequisite to make sure that this is fully implemented. If we look at the war, if we look at the growing inflation, there are many, many difficulties that the EU citizens are confronted with. The migration crisis has shown how important it is to further enhance the social and democratic rights, which constitute one of the pillars of the European Union. How to achieve mobility, how to implement solidarity, how to achieve social cohesion, how to achieve competitiveness across the single market. For this, we need to establish trust. We need to make sure that the European minimum social rules are properly complied with. The problem is that there are many imbalances. What we witness is a lot of distortion. What I would like to say loud and clear here is that Europe, when it comes to social issues, Europe never opted for either or attitude. It's not either Brussels or Namur. No, it should always be considered to be a fundamental issue. What is the common framework and who contributes to the implementation of this common framework? This is the main issue that we are dealing with. We have made a significant progress. We should make this progress more visible. Significant progress has been made over the past few years. I'm here talking about the fight against poverty, but also the fight against discrimination, as well as the fight against social exclusion. We have made a significant progress in these different areas. We've come a long way, thanks to the EU directives on minimum wage, but also the directive on platform workers. Thanks to more transparency, more pay transparency, we have made a significant progress. And the same applies to the European Social Security passport. On those many aspects, a significant progress has been made. In so doing, we have abolished barriers. We have improved the situation from an economic point of view. But do the citizens hear about this? We're still fighting to improve our image. We are perceived as being a Europe that only lays the emphasis on money and economic success to the detriment of social cohesion. It really is a pity because these two aspects are interdependent. But we should take other steps. We should take extra steps. I would like to refer you to 4 or 5 areas. First, we need a significant and successful implementation and enforcement of the commonly approved legislation. It seems easy, but it's easier being said than done. We need a proper implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. This pillar is way more than a compass. It is a real mission for us. We are embarking on a mission. We need a successful enforcement of the EU Commission Action Plan, as well as a proper implementation of the Oporto Declaration. Next, talking still about the European Pillar of Social Rights, it should be fully integrated into the European semester. We should strive for a better economic and social coordination. Third, all together, we should make sure that we take up the challenge that every parliament is presented with. We've heard concrete proposals from the European Parliament concerning the reform and concerning the implementation of a number of measures. All of this has been put on the table, but we're still waiting for the Council of the Member States to take up a position. Fourth, the European Parliament on this Thursday in Strasbourg will adopt, at least I hope so, a resolution for strengthening the mandate of ELA, the European Labour Authority. And fifth, looking into the situation, I realize that all of our member states and that all of our different governments, including at the level of the ILO, the International Labour Organizations, take decisions on a regular basis. These decisions are taken in Geneva, for example, but the problem is that these decisions are not necessarily and properly enforced and implemented. Therefore, I'd like to make a suggestion. Every time member states confirm an agreement, then the European Union should have the right of adopting a matching directive, and these common decisions must be properly implemented. This should become binding. I know that this is a very delicate issue. There are many preconceived ideas, but this is a debate that we should have openly. We shouldn't forget that every democratic issue is a social issue. We should close the gap. And what it means in social issues is that we need majorities to the center. That is why we should take the European Pillar of Social Rights so seriously, because we certainly want this pillar to become part and parcel of the European Union. Thank you very much, Mr. Carras. Mrs. Cantillon.
Some words about the importance of the European Pillar of Social Rights in my role of researcher and critical observer of the becoming of a social Europe. I contributed to the development of the social indicators and the social monitoring during the Belgian Presidency in 2001 and the adoption of the Laken indicators, which are until today important in the monitoring, the social monitoring in the Union. In the 2 decades, I think progress has been made, but the European Pillar of Social Rights was and is an important advancement in the becoming of not a European welfare state, but in the becoming of a European Union of welfare states. Something like a marble cake, I took this from the coffee post, a marble cake in which local authorities and regional governments, social partners, national governments, and the EU work together, help each other in order to reinforce the social rights of European citizens. And now I will turn in Dutch, as the organizers asked me to speak in Dutch. And the question is, why precisely is the European Pillar of Social Rights so important? Want ja, lang hebben we de sociale welvaartsstaat in Europa het zonder Europa.
Why? Why is the European pillar of social rights so important? The Treaty of Rome provided virtually no European social competence. The founding fathers talked about a number of essential issues, such as equal pay between men and women, as well as social rights that need to be guaranteed to migrant people. And they talked about the social funds. But the problem is that the discussion didn't go further than these different areas. The objectives outlined in the Treaty of Rome were only derived economic objectives, and that's as far as the founding fathers went. And maybe they were not wrong, because social harmonization, the harmonization of the social security and the social protection system was back then not considered possible, given the differences that existed between the different member states. It was not considered possible. It was not considered desirable or necessary. There were way too many differences, and people at the time believed that harmonization did not seem necessary for social progress either. The founding fathers assumed that economic growth through more trade would translate into higher wages. Upward social convergence is something that is driven by the trade unions and the national governments, and they expressed a certain sympathy for social security, and they extended this sympathy for the welfare state. And this is exactly what happened. Economic convergence, which we've observed in the decades following the Treaty of Rome, was accompanied by upward social convergence. The European welfare states grew wings and became the strongest in the world. And one must acknowledge that the situation evolved favorably right until sometime in the second half of the 90s, when the currency union deprived the national welfare state of an essential tool, that is to say, the exchange rates that they use in order to maintain public social spending under control in times of crisis. There were more and more differences that came to light across the European Union, and this increased the fears of social dumping. And then we had the 2008 financial crisis that hit us, and it showed the disastrous consequences that a currency union represented, a currency union with no social basis. And this was more particularly true for the southern member states. For the first time in the history of the European convergence machine, there was both economic and social divergence, with southern European countries paying a heavy toll. And Brexit subsequently showed the need for European cohesion through social citizenship. But the question was how we could make this will more concrete in Europe, so that we can continue respecting the principle of subsidiarity, of social subsidiarity, and also give the member states the possibility of making a choice. So what should be the social role to be played by Europe? What kind of role was to be expected from Europe? The Lisbon strategy that dates back to 2001 already included a number of common social objectives. Back at that time, the objective was no longer to reach total harmonization of social security systems. The objective was more an objective of social convergence. The objective that was set out was a common objective of social convergence, an objective that would be reached not via harmonization of social security, but rather thanks to common objectives related to employment and poverty reduction. The role of Europe was very much the role of a guide. The social indicators and the lack in social indicators, as well as the European statistical system, which was developed back then, and the open method of coordination, the OMC, constituted important steps in the new social convergence strategy. I was lucky enough to take part in these works. I analyzed what has been done very critically, and after 10 years, what we can say is that unfortunately results were lacking. In most countries, a notable progress towards employment targets did not translate into a reduction in poverty. It did not translate into a strengthening of social rights. It did not mean more social inclusion. On the contrary, within the working age population, it was established that poverty went up, especially among families with low education and families that depended heavily on social security. The OMC, the open method of coordination, had no sufficient bite. The common objectives had been defined at a very high level of abstraction, and they were way too vague to serve as a guide for policy makers. In terms of content, the strategy was always way too much focused on employment growth and social investment, with a subordinate role for social security. And then came the European Pillar of Social Rights, which significantly updated the social convergence strategy. First, this European Pillar of Social Rights allowed the social convergence strategy to become way more concrete. The objective of reducing poverty is supported and made more concrete thanks to a policy strategy that is clear and concrete. The objective is here to strengthen the citizens' social rights in terms of employment, adequate minimum wage, housing, social protection, etc. Second, the European Pillar of Social Rights introduced a sort of balance and the need to strike a balance between work and social protection. The third chapter of the pillar deals with social security, adequate social benefits, affordable and adequate housing and social services. Third, the action plan of the European Pillar of Social Rights involves very explicitly the social funds in the implementation of social rights. This European Pillar of Social Rights has become an important lever for deepening and broadening the social roles expected from Europe, compared to the institutional situation that I illustrated by showing you the marble cake. The objective was not to replace the national welfare states, but rather to support them and make them work together at the service of social citizenship rights that could be enjoyed by all Europeans, or, using the words of the Belgian Social Affairs Minister Frank van den Broek, to evolve towards a true union of social welfare states. The pillar has broadened and deepened the social roles of Europe. The roles are four in number. First, Europe plays the role of the guide. The guide, a compass that provides the sense of direction and the guidance to national welfare states. Second, Europe also plays the role of a guarantor. Europe is the guarantor of social rights. It ensures the safeguarding of social rights of European citizens. Next, Europe plays the role of a supporter. Europe provides support to national welfare states. They help these national welfare states to implement and ensure effective social rights. And finally, Europe plays a surveillance and monitoring role. It oversees the enforcement of social rights and ensures the monitoring of the policies in that area. The European Pillar of Social Rights is a strong and important compass. It is also a well-balanced compass, a compass that one can rely on to strengthen the social roles to be played by Europe. And this has been our experience over the past few years. The European Pillar of Social Rights provides really a social compass that gives a direction and guidance to policies, the objective being to strengthen social rights. We can here also say that Europe has really played this role as a guide by, among others, strengthening Article 14 of the Social Pillar. Secondly, the European Pillar of Social Rights provides for the basis that we need for strengthening the role of guarantor of social rights. This happened, for instance, with the important directives on minimum wage and on work-life balance. The European Pillar provides an effective framework to strengthen Europe's role as a support. The use of the social fund is more closely linked to the social rights contained in the pillar. And what we see is there is a real link to the social rights that are enshrined in the European Pillar of Social Rights. And we shouldn't forget the Climate Social Fund that includes a direct reference to what is mentioned in the European Pillar of Social Rights. And finally, by attaching concrete targets to the European Pillar of Social Rights and by monitoring member states' policies through a set of social indicators, the role of Europe as a regulator has been strengthened. We can therefore welcome this European Pillar of Social Rights, and I wish it's going to be further enhanced in the years to come. We are faced with many challenges, one of them being the environmental transition, a fair and just transition. Europe has taken an impressive lead, and this calls for a closer cooperation among the regional, the national, and the European welfare states. It also calls for a strengthening of the social rights. I will limit myself to these considerations. By way of a conclusion, I simply would like to remind you that in order to make progress in terms of social rights in the years to come, we will undoubtedly have to carry on further developing the very foundation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. Over the past few years, most of our attention was dedicated to the work-related dimension. But there are another two chapters. It seems to me that not enough emphasis has been laid on social protection, minimum wage, social inclusion. Extra efforts should be made in that direction, because looking back over the past 20 years, what we can see is that work is essential, but work is not enough to promote inclusion, social inclusion. Work plays an essential role, but this is not enough. We need solid and robust, social protection systems. We need to make sure that we provide good services in terms of health, housing, childcare. I really long for a more balanced implementation of this European Pillar of Social Rights. This is something that I consider to be essential. I welcome the decision taken by the Belgian Presidency, the decision they have taken to make this European Pillar of Social Rights one of their priorities. And I hope the Belgian Presidency is going to take the initiative so as to promote a more balanced enforcement of this European Pillar of Social Rights. And I hope that this European pillar is going to be given more prominent role. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Cantillon. Thank you very much to the two speakers for their contribution, for their introductory presentations. I'm sure that they will agree to answer your questions. And a number of you have asked for the floor. Your speaking time is going to be 90 seconds, just like before the break. Practical information: a mobile phone has been forgotten on the table at reception, and the owner of the mobile phone could retrieve the mobile phone by going to the reception desk. This being said, we're now going to move to the debate. The first speaker is going to be Francisco José Conde López from Spain.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Agradecer a los dos.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. I would like to thank both speakers. We are delighted to see that the Belgian presidency has chosen those priorities. We should be realistic. I think that we have achieved a lot, but I believe that we need to be realistic if we really want to achieve this real social convergence in Europe. We also need to work so that member states can really implement all those objectives. But of course, this work is closely linked to the enlargement of the European Union. We must work hard to achieve a real health union and to solve the imbalances raised by the prominent university professors. So if we want if we want to strike a balance, we really would like the European Union to continue the work in this area. Now, our Italian colleague.
Thank you, Chair. It's very good to make the European Pillar of Social Rights a priority. Social Europe must certainly become a point of reference. We are concluding the revision of the Pact on Stability, Growth and Stability, but we are, however, following an approach that is focused too much on the economic aspect. If the European Union carries on in this way, it risks undermining the the social Europe. On the contrary, the EU must focus on gender equality, on reducing the gender pay gap, and this is what we must focus on mostly. It should be the basis of the European Union. As part of these aspects as well, we must also look at the minimum wage. We're discussing this in the Senate, but the position of Italy is very clear. as is the directive. We are, in fact, very careful in safeguarding collective bargaining, which is highly advanced in Italy and highly developed. And it provides a very strong legal framework to ensure workers are entitled to a decent wage. So in enforcing a directive is unfair because our collective bargaining system already provides equal, if not higher, safeguards. So the regulations, the directive, in fact, allows a certain leeway to various member states, and we believe that this should be supported. So in order to look at results, if we aim for the same results, it is all very good that we should focus on this European pillar of social rights, but we should also allow for more flexibility within the EU member states.
Thank you so much. For Anastasios Chatsivalesiliou. Yeah.
It's very Greek, I know. So we agree that we need to empower the European Union with a robust social agenda, fostering a more inclusive, a gender equal, and of course, an equitable European society. Therefore, we also agree on the need to enhance European Union's social dimension. We need to empower and protect citizens in order to reduce inequalities, of course, through equal opportunities and access to the labour market, to create fair working conditions and to promote social protection and, of course, inclusion. Investing in education and training, dear colleagues, as well as developing skills appropriate for the digital age, will also offer significant opportunities not only to employees, but also to the business, especially to the medium and small-sized enterprises. So, given that several issues such as access to financing tools and the institutional framework for social enterprises are similar, of course, if not common, in the most member states, it would be really useful to promote further communication. This is why I come with a proposal, dear colleagues, today, to take initiative to create working groups consisted of the member states' social economic departments, tasked to elaborate on positions and exchange, of course, views. It would be very useful to meet at least twice annually, and I would like to hear your feedback. Thank you very much.
Voilà une proposition. Pour la...
Thank you. Thank you very much for this proposal. Now, Mrs. Cristina da Silva. Madam Chair, dear colleagues, the times we are living in now are different from what we have known. We face many challenges. The answer to those questions goes through the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. It is important to congratulate the Belgian Presidency for having used the Social Pillar of Social Rights as a priority. I believe that the social dimension must be linked to the economic and political ones. We need to exchange good practices, and I would like to underline the existing social programs and the Portuguese initiative for the social negotiation in 2030. We need to create a strong social Europe. And I would like to end my intervention with one question. We've had the meeting of the Council of Social Affairs Ministers last week, and here in Namur, I would like to know how the Belgian Presidency is going to make sure that the European Pillar of Social Rights is given a key role, a key place in its priorities. Thank you very much indeed. And I would like to transmit also the greetings for Mr. Caposantos. Thank you very much, Mr. Rapin. Thank you very much. It is true that there is a structural interest leading us to strengthen the social dimension in all EU member states. We do not want to have an harmonization on all issues. The subsidiarity principle is of the essence, but it is a pity to see that some member states are using the subsidiarity principle to prevent progress towards social cohesion. The progress is key for European citizens, so I couldn't agree more with the willingness of your presidency to advance social Europe. We have been focusing on these questions over the last few months. We have supported the draft directive on minimum wages. We call for an ambitious plan. The Senate, on the 14th of November 2022, adopted a resolution regarding the draft directive on platform workers to support the need to have a legal framework, including the development of platform framing the working conditions of platform workers. They are, I think, 43, and they should be 43 million in 2025. We would like to draft a compromise text that is ambitious, that will regulate the work of platforms. And of course, we wanted to meet the current needs, and I believe that it's important to adopt policies in this area. We will support the efforts made by your presidency to advance on this dossier. This is important for the social Europe, and it's the same also with the revision of the social security coordination systems. Thank you very much. Italy, Alessandro Giglio.
Allora, bene, il ritorno dell'Europa.
Gino Vigna, thank you. We welcome the European Pillar of Social Rights. In recent years, the European Commission, in our view, and in the view of the Italian political system, and Italy as a whole, has focused excessively on the environment, on the environmental issue. We have talked about an uncompromising green transition. Today in Europe, there are more and more people who are asking for a strengthened European social rights and a balance with the green pillar. We don't wish to see, as part of the future of the EU, the green pillar becoming dominant and dominating over the European Pillar of Social Rights. We wish for both these rights to be aligned and to move forwards in the same direction, so as for both these pillars to have the same weight when it comes to the decisions made by the European Commission and the other bodies of the European Union. And this is simply corresponds to the implementation of Article 17 point 17 of the Agenda 2030. And it states clearly that both these pillars must be pursued with equal strength, namely the green transition, the environment, fighting poverty, all of these, and fighting unemployment. So that the Pillar of Social Rights must make a comeback and must be considered on a par and with the same dignity as the environmental pillar, so to speak. We're moving towards zero emissions, but we must, at the same time, move towards zero unemployment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Spain, with Sergio Gutiérrez Prieto.
Sí, gracias, Presidenta. Muchas gracias a los ponentes. Es verdad que hasta el 2010 crecimiento económico y mercado único nos permitió ir aumentando las convergencias internas, pero con la crisis financiera lo que nos dimos cuenta es que ante un shock simétrico, la falta de mecanismos europeos comunes hacían tener divergencias en el conjunto de la Unión Europea, especialmente en materia.
So, till 2010, I know that economic growth allowed us to focus on the social dimension, but from 2008 onwards, from the crisis in 2008, we felt that we needed other policies. We needed other European rules to reach a balance. And when we face diverging situations, those crises are triggering even more inequalities. So we have indicators, this is true, but we really need to stabilize the situation. We need to move ahead towards a mutualization. That would have been useful in 2010. We know that the European Pillar of Social Rights cannot be a mere transfer of income. We need more guarantees. Youth employment, for instance. What we need is a true European policy, real and concrete measures. The European Pillar of Social Rights must be materialized on a true employment single market with the portability of rights, the rights to retirement, to unemployment, without making the life of cross-border workers too hard. We must have European social protection measures, for instance. What we need is a true single market on which wages would be protected as well.
Jan Ferencak.
Thank you. The Slovak Republic appreciates that the most of the principles in the European Pillar of Social Rights were defined as recommendations. Because of these, member states were able to develop their own implementation plans and goals reflecting their individual conditions. For example, the Slovak Republic has set the goal of increasing the employment by 2030. Statistical data show that this goal has already been met. Therefore, we appreciate that the European Pillar of Social Rights is again among the main priorities in discussions and cooperation between states. We believe that these discussions should reflect current changes and challenges in the labor market, such as industrial automatization, development of robotics, or the use of artificial intelligence. Thank you for your attention.
Merci. Et enfin, la Roumanie avec Stéphane.
Thank you very much, Romania. Stefan Mosoiu. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Significant element in the efforts for strengthening the European competitiveness, and only an inclusive approach of social aspects could reduce disparities and improve the convergence in the European Union. We consider that the Commission initiatives regarding the strengthening of social rights are fit to support a more equitable functioning of the labor markets and of social assistance systems, as well as a renewed convergence for the improvement of life and labor conditions. We believe that the European Pillar of Social Rights constitutes an important step toward strengthening the legal framework in the fields of social protection and promotion of human rights. We also believe that it is essential to strengthen the partnership between the European Commission and the Member States to ensure smart, targeted and efficient enforcement of legislation, and therefore we support the continuation of the renewal process of necessary employment and welfare policies. We support the development of a skilled workforce while addressing the needs of the labor market and promoting lifelong learning, which is closely related with the European space of education. Romania endorsed the principles and rights established in the interinstitutional proclamation on the European Pillar of Social Rights, but its implementation must be in line with the competences resulting from the treaties and ensure a more coherent action at European level. Strengthening social cohesion is a concrete objective, but as a first step, we must consider ensuring the economic convergence. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour l'ensemble.
Thank you very much indeed to all of you. I now would like to give the floor back to our speakers. Mr. Karas, would you like to react, Mrs. Cantillon?
Bedanken, weil ich schon das Gefühl habe, dass trotz unterschiedlicher Zugänge
I would like to thank you because I have the feeling that maybe there are different approaches, but I still feel a consensus when it comes to a sustainable market economy and the strengthening of the single market. Competitiveness, social cohesion should go hand in hand. And if we can start from this consensus, if we can use it when reforming treaties, when enlarging the European Union, then I am convinced that in the forthcoming years we'll be able to achieve a lot.
Ik wil graag als buitenstaander van deze zeer belangrijke.
Well, I am not a member of a parliament here in this conference of prominent members of parliament having huge responsibilities. I really have to say that I am touched by the consensus that I can hear, the consensus on how important it is to support the social agenda, to support the European pillar of social rights. So I can really feel that the Belgian presidency will be supported in its endeavor to bring the social dimension closer to the economic one. And this is something that I would like to underscore. Now, the climate agenda. The climate agenda will, of course, be the biggest challenge in the future. Climate objectives are extremely ambitious. And, you know, there's no other option. We have not the choice. Climate policies will have to follow the European pillar of social rights. We will have to support the green transition. I know that this is happening already. We have a climate fund addressing the European pillar of social rights. I know that it still needs to be strengthened in the future when we think about the climate monitoring. This climate monitoring should really go hand in hand with the social monitoring. But once again, as a mere citizen who very soon will have to vote, by the way, I'm happy, you know, to hear what you have said. I can really feel that there is a consensus here amongst you on the way forward. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Cantillon. Thank you very much, Mr. Karas, for these concluding remarks. I also would like to highlight the importance of the European Pillar of Social Rights to build a strong Europe, a Europe that is representing its citizens. And I think that this is, in a way, a kickoff meeting. We are launching the guidelines for the forthcoming months and years. And I think that we can have trust in this process. Dear colleagues, we are now reaching the end of the second session. I now would like to invite the heads of delegations, those who have a badge, a red badge with a red cordon here, as well as those of you who have a blue one. So the blue ones and the red ones, I'd like to kindly ask you to come up here to the entrance doors so that we can take the traditional family picture on the stairs. And now for the other members of the delegations, you can go at the back of this room where lunch, walking lunch will be served. And so we will meet now in the lobby on the stairs so that we can take the family pictures. Thank you very much.
Mesdames et messieurs les
Dear colleagues, dear senators and members of representative, Mrs. Klimpur-Sitsatse, dear professor, after this lunch, which has enabled us to continue our discussions, I now have the very difficult task of inviting you to reconvene for the last, but certainly not the least, thematic session of this meeting of the COSAC Chairpersons. Enlargement has been on the agenda of our meetings for years, often with a particular focus on the Western Balkans. In early February 2022, Russia's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine put the issue of enlargement back at the very top of the European agenda. The issue came back with a vengeance with Ukraine's application for membership of the European Union on the 20th of February 2022. The granting of the status to Ukraine and Moldova in June 2022, resulting in December 2023 in the opening of accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova, as well as the granting of the candidate country status to Georgia. Since the beginning of European unification, enlargement has been a tool used to promote both peace and stability in regions close to the European Union's borders. But this was also a tool which has been used to support developments in countries seeking to join the Union while respecting European Union values and standards. In a couple of months, we will then be in May 2024, the European Union will celebrate the 20th anniversary of its biggest enlargement ever. This was back then an important step towards unity and prosperity across the continent. There are currently 9 candidate countries: Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Georgia, Moldova, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, Turkey, and Ukraine. These countries are at different stages of the procedure. The Belgian Presidency of the Council of the European Union has indicated in its program that it is ready to support the candidate countries in their efforts to join the Union. At the same time, it is crucial to prepare the Union's policies, resources, and decision-making structures for future accessions. Belgium is convinced that enlargement should entail some sort of deepening and that the European Union should rethink its decision-making process and improve its ability to speak with one voice. Moreover, Belgium attaches a great importance to the recommendations of the Conference on the Future of Europe, and Belgium intends to start discussions on the political, budgetary and institutional conditions to achieve effective European institutions with transparent decision-making procedures and policies which are adapted to future challenges. A reform program is needed to make any other enlargement possible. We have invited 2 eminent speakers to this session. Allow me to introduce them briefly to you before giving them the floor. You probably all already know Mrs. Ivana Klimpur-Sitsatse, the chair of the Ukrainian Parliament's Committee on Ukraine's integration into the European Union, a former deputy prime minister in charge of Ukraine's European and Euro-Atlantic integration. She has been keeping us informed since 2022 about the situation in her country and the Ukrainian people's desire to join the European Union. Mrs. Ramona Koman is currently a professor of political science at the Université Libre de Bruxelles. After obtaining a bachelor's degree in political science at the University of Bucharest, she continued her studies in Brussels, first with a master's degree in European politics and then a doctorate in political political and social sciences. In addition to her teaching duties in political science, Professor Coman has been president of the Institute of European Studies at the Université Libre de Bruxelles since 2019. Before giving the floor to my colleague, Mrs. Klimpuš-Cicatze, let me remind you again of some rules should you wish to speak. As you no doubt know by now, you can use the conference unit that sits in front of you. On your table, you will find a sheet explaining the details of the procedure. And so before the start of the debate, we will announce how much speaking time will be allocated to you depending on the number of speakers who have registered on the list. Mrs. Klimpuš-Cicatze, I now give you the floor for approximately 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable co-chairs, distinguished colleagues. Thank you once again for the honor and this privilege to address you on a matter of great significance that, from my perspective, does not only shape the future of our nation, of Ukrainians, but also plays a pivotal role in much more broader context. And it does have an impact and consequences for the European unity, for further cooperation and our further development. Let me also express a special gratitude to Belgian Presidency for making sure that my presence here was possible, and for arranging for my participation and for giving me the floor after to discuss the enlargement and its impact on the EU after the absolutely historic decision of the European Council on December 14-15. I'm sure you all would agree that this is a great time for us, an opportunity to reflect on the consequences of that decision. For us, it was important not only for the enlargement states, not only for the candidate states, but I think it was also important for the member states and for the European Union itself. We in Ukraine, having provided a strong and solid basis for the positive decision that was taken by the European Council, and having delivered on even more and on the 7 recommendations that have been accompanying the decision on the candidacy status, and having done even more and ahead of time that many expected in the wartime, we are deeply appreciative of this historic decision, and we are highly valuing that you have decided to open accession talks, accession negotiations, as extremely timely and extremely merit-based demonstration of support to the Ukrainian people that are fighting for their choice and for their values and for the freedoms that they believe in. For Ukraine, the opening of these negotiations is not only a powerful motivation for the country's transformation, but a clear ground for structuring our further reforms, modernization, and restoration of the country within the EU accession process, and on the basis of relevant standards. But this European Council's decision isn't just the next stage of integration. Neither for us, nor for Moldova, nor for Georgia, for Bosnia and Herzegovina. I think it's a step that determines the future of the entire enlargement process and defines the EU as a future strong player in the international arena. All enlargement countries have received a very positive signal, but I think also the EU received a positive signal. Moreover, I think the world has received a strong signal that the Union is going to play a more and more important role in the future. So what is the impact of the enlargement on the EU future? I think the enlargement itself is the EU's future. And I think that finally the EU is again acting and living by the future and by the vision, and not only by the economic categories of community of steel and coal. The EU enlargement, that's exactly the main reason why the EU was created, and that is about widening and widening of the united Europe, its space of values, its space of freedoms, its prosperity and its security. And the enlargement is definitely about changes. We all understand this, and this has been already said quite a few times during even this day today. Definitely, this is not only about changes, how to increase absorption capacity of the EU, but very much about procedural changes, about budgetary changes, decision-making changes, policy changes during and after the enlargement. And we hope that all of these changes will be addressed with flexibility and openness. From my perspective, though, the changes on the strategic level have already happened. And let me remind you a phrase of one of the Belgian politicians who said, Mark Aiskens, who said many years ago that the European Union is an economic giant, a geopolitical dwarf, and a military worm. I'm sure that with the decision of enlargement, yet another wave of enlargement, the EU is preserving the status of economic giant, as is increasing further its economic capacity, but also is finally giving up on its geopolitical dwarfity. I think it was the Ukraine's bid for EU membership that has reinvigorated enlargement discourse and ruined earlier stagnation in enlargement policy that we have seen with regard to the Western Balkan countries. And in light of this growing Russian threat, not only to Ukraine and not only to the countries around the EU, but also to the EU itself, I think that enlargement remains and has become the strongest geopolitical tool at the EU's disposal, and we right now are in the middle of experiencing shift of this approach within the EU. This is not to say that we do not have other problems. This is not to say that we are not seeing the other challenges looming, including the far-right parties that are taking over the public discourse. But I think that it's important to understand that the EU has clearly said that it is ready to become a geopolitical global player. Moreover, the EU will be able to become first-number economy in the world after the new members will join, at least by GDP. But for this to happen, it's important that this enlargement process is being conducted efficiently also in the economic sphere. It should be the enlargement exclusive. It should not be, the enlargement exclusively within protectionist paradigm for the existing EU members. It has to be the enlargement with #1 goal in mind, that the EU would become the world #1 economic leader. Uneasy negotiations and uneasy tasks and work that is ahead of us should be carried out with goodwill. And these should not be negotiations with a zero-sum result. This should be a win-win negotiations in partnership and with the positive outlook for the common future. And it's not only the aspiring countries, the candidate countries, that are going to integrate into the EU. From my perspective, it's the EU that is going to be integrating into the renewed European Union itself. And in this context, we are welcoming the whole discussion about the reform of the European Union, and we are sure that this transformation of the Union should be coming in parallel with the transformation and reforms that are going to happen in the candidate countries, in the aspiring countries. From our perspective, and I hope that all my colleagues also from the aspiring countries would agree, the EU reform should not limit enlargement or become an obstacle in itself. Our ability to join the EU should not in any way become dependent on the finish of internal reform in the Union. In this regard, it's important two things to remember: that it is necessary to identify and correct the weaknesses in the existing practice of negotiating process, and it is important to prevent the misuse of the unanimity principle in the EU decision-making. And by calling on your proactivity, we are not asking for excuses or exceptions. We are not asking for the fast track. We believe that everybody has to fulfill their conditions, but in order to maintain the momentum properly, political will, readiness, and full engagement are necessary on both sides, candidate states and the EU itself. And last but not least, I wanted to outline the very important security impact of the enlargement on the future of the European Union. After the end of the World War II and after the end of the Cold War, security conditions of the EU members, from my perspective, could be defined as security poisoning. Almost 3 generations without wars, Nobody prepared for potential conflicts and even didn't really invest in security. The main burden was on the US, predominantly within NATO framework. Security component, even though institutionally it was outlined in the EU, did not really exist. And obviously, the current situation proves with very clear-cut, brutal facts that this component requires cardinal changes. We hear today from many countries, from many regions, from Baltic states, from the northern European countries, from some other states, that one should be prepared for war. And the main question there definitely is not even the fact that maybe Trump will be coming to power, who allegedly said that he will again quit or leave NATO. And the reason for all of this necessity is that the world is reaching the epoch of turbulence, and the epoch, I'm sorry to say, of the World War III that is already being fought by hybrid instruments, and so far, thank God, not on the territory of the EU. So in this situation, one cannot give away its security to anybody, including the US. The EU must finally stop being military warm. In this context, Ukraine matters for the EU as much as the EU matters for Ukraine. And the EU, from my perspective, from the perspective of the Ukrainian people, could and should invest already today with its finances, with its preparedness for additional defense expenses in its security. And to repeat and reiterate, this is not going to be a standard enlargement. This enlargement should provide impulse to the EU itself, new drive for development of Europe. This enlargement is important not only for the new members, it is important for the EU itself. Europe is discovering new world through this enlargement only in the 21st century. So let's embrace this opportunity all together to reshape the destiny of so many nations that are looking up towards the EU, including, obviously, ours, and grasp the transformative power of this moment. And that means that we will all together be able to create Europe that is a beacon of democracy, of freedom, of prosperity, of security and unity for generations to come. Thank you.
I thank you. Je me permets de vous rappeler qu'il est tout à fait...
Thank you very much. Feel free to register to speak after the second presentation. Thank you very much, dear Ivana, for your testimony and for your speech. Madam Professor, I also now give you the floor for a 10-minute presentation. The floor is yours.
Monsieur,
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a pleasure to take part in this COSAC meeting of chairpersons. Before getting to the crux of the matter, I would like to thank Senator Gaëtan Goidsenhoven as well as Eliane, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, for inviting me to speak to you about a topic that is close to my heart as an academic, but also as a European citizen. As you have just been told, my country of origin is Romania. The context is very important. We celebrate the 20th anniversary of the enlargement towards the Central and Eastern European countries. The organizers asked me to address 3 issues, and I will do so by mentioning 5 points. One, should we speed up the reform and enlargement process? First point, the European Union needs reforms independently from its enlargement towards other countries. The reform of treaties is not an objective per se, but this is an absolutely necessary process in a political construct that the European Union is. The need for reforms meets different requirements of politics and of efficiency, and it's also a way to address all the problems which failed to find an answer during the previous revision of the treaty. Point number 2. there is not only political awareness of this need for reform, there is also a social support in favor of enlargement. First, let me talk about the political awareness. For many years, legitimacy and the survival of the Union depended on the Union's capacity to meet the internal and external challenges. Every generation of political men and women decided to legitimize this ambitious process by invoking national considerations, i.e. the Europe being the solution to problems that the nation-states cannot address by their own, or because of considerations related to the evolution of the world order. Historically, these motivations have given a strong legitimacy to the European integration process, as we said, and which has made it possible for most of the member states to become a member of the European Union. In this diversity of arguments, one must say that those who have inspired Jean Monnet and his generation aimed at preserving peace across the continent. There is also a support at the level of the European societies. The latest Eurobarometer says that there is a 53% of population which is favorable to the enlargement. According and depending on the national situation, the geographic location of the member states, the concerns or the worries of the European citizens are not the same. The countries whose borders are closer to the war-torn areas are favorable to the accession of new member states. This is the case for Lithuania, Poland, but also Ireland, Croatia, and Spain, even if it is lower in countries such as Slovakia or Cyprus. What we see is that by and large, the vast majority of European is favorable. This is the case in 19 EU member states, and this support of the European citizens for enlargement can be explained by security reasons, but also by the need to further strengthen the EU policies which are affected by the war in Ukraine, but also by the energy policy that we referred to. Thirdly, which reform are we talking about? Europe is at a crossing of roads, just like it is in a maze. But the optimist answer is that there are several ways out. The way out is clearly indicated. There are many possibilities. The possibility to renew reform exercises. There is also a possibility to take inspiration from debates taking place at the level of the European Parliament. One can also take inspiration from the Conference on the Future of Europe. There is a wide-ranging diversity in the submitted proposals. The ideas are more or less ambitious, are more or less easy to achieve, and can be achieved in using either little time or a very long time. These proposals are legitimate proposals. The legitimacy is conferred by the parliaments or by the academia. Fourth point, which concrete reform should take place? This is a wide-ranging issue. It implies another important question. What would be the objective of the reform? What would be its impact beyond enlargement? The time has come to reassert the very substance, the very purpose of the European Union, for which it's going to need a very clear reform program. These are the ingredients that we have used for the completion of the single market back in the 80s under the aegis of Jacques Delors. The Delors method could be used and could be a source of inspiration. This balance is important to strike. There are three types of reforms which I consider to be important. First of all, we need reforms that will make it possible for the European Union to meet the concerns voiced by its citizens. But it's important to make sure that it can continue to work being 27 around the table. This item has been put on the agenda of the institutions for a very long time. When I was still a student at the time of the beginning of the enlargement back in the 90s, we heard that a union with 15 members could not work using the same structures as the European community of 6 countries. We know this has been a bone of of contention. We know there has been many political haggling before the signature of the Treaty of Lisbon. Every state wants to be the winner, but the risk is to see not winners, but only losers. Today, an enlargement without in-depth reform could lead to the dilution of the project. This may happen even if there is no enlargement, because the capacity of the Union to meet the current challenges in an ad hoc manner in a situation of crisis is certainly not a guarantee that will ensure legitimacy. European Union with 27 countries should give priority to majority voting. This is the only way forward. This would be a way of removing political bottlenecks. The use of unanimity voting and the possibility of one member state blocking all the others should be avoided. One should also examine different possibilities of status, and for example, the possibility of creating the status of an associate member, as it has been suggested by the Franco-German working group. Some say that clarity is needed in the institutional configuration. The European Commission is here in the line of fire, even though I consider this debate not to be so important. We need reforms that will conducive to the accession of other member states, but will also lead to their capacity of fulfilling their obligation as member state. This is for me the answer to the question of knowing whether the Copenhagen indicators are the only criteria to be met to accede to the European Union. Yes, those Copenhagen indicators are the only one that can guide the enlargement, and this should constitute the basis of any sort of enlargement and accession. But there is also the date and the timetable of enlargement that should be credible in order to increase confidence in the process and in order to increase the motivation at country level in the countries which are waiting for this to take a concrete form. The approach should be a progressive approach, as I said. This could also imply another approach from the European Commission. In the evaluation of the enlargement process, as an academic, the policy of the Commission has evolved since 2014. It could also be interesting to consider the possibility that accession countries are given the possibility of taking part in some EU programs, but reforms are necessary, internal reforms, so that we can guarantee the compliance with common values. And I would like to give you the example of Article 7. This reform would derive from the past experience since the procedure has been triggered against the two member states of the European Union. Fifth and last point, the method. The method is essential. The debate is important and should take place not only here with this audience. Such a reform will require legitimacy from the states, but will also require legitimacy coming from the citizens. As it has been announced by the Belgian Presidency of the Council, some reforms can take place using the simplified procedure of treaty revision, which is less binding. But I would say that the technical approach and less complex does not preclude the most ambitious approach. It's important to make sure that the parliaments are involved insofar as they can bring the necessary legitimacy. In so doing, the European Union could reach a success in the reform of its structures. The Belgian presidency will use its 3 months of mandate to start this in-depth discussion. This really is a discussion which is a timely discussion, especially since we are on the eve of European elections. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Professeur, je pense qu'on peut en effet vous applaudir.
Thank you very much indeed. I think that we can give you a big round of applause. So we are now concluding the list of interventions.
I'd like to ask you to respect the speaking time. Le temps de parole est donc à
So thank you very much for sticking to this speaking time of 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
Nous attendons la liste. Voilà. And we begin with Hungary, Madame Judith Varga.
We will start with Mrs. Judith Varga.
That's fine. Thank you very much, dear Chair, and thank you for the Presidency for putting enlargement on today's agenda. And Hungary will definitely continue with this topic during our interparliamentary events in the framework of COSAC. In the upcoming weeks, we will celebrate the 30th anniversary of the entry into force of the so-called Europe agreements concluded between the Visegrad countries and the European Commission led by late Jacques Delors. Hungary and the other Central European countries, plus Cyprus and Malta, needed roughly 4 years to open the accession negotiations and altogether a decade to become full members of the EU. Some Western Balkan countries have started the integration process nearly 20 years ago, and the completion of their accession negotiation is still ahead of us. Hungary has traditionally been one of the main supporters of the EU Western Balkan enlargement process. And after some decades, we again have 9 candidate countries with different levels of preparedness. Therefore, Hungary would like to call for a merit-based enlargement process for all candidate countries without any fast-track procedure and without any double standard. In view to Ukraine, we express our greatest solidarity with its people. Since the outbreak of the war, more than 1.5 million refugees entered Hungary from Ukraine. And we are carrying out the greatest humanitarian aid effort in our history. So, dear colleagues, I have a few seconds to invite you for the Hungarian COSAC meeting, which will probably take place in July, at the end of July, because so many of the colleagues already asked. And thank you for the opportunity to be part of the Troika. Thank you very much again.
Thank you so much. Pour suivre Monsieur
Mr. José Conde López for Spain.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Muchas gracias por.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much for having chosen this key topic for the European Union, the enlargement process. The key question when addressing the enlargement is how we believe we'll be able to generate certainties. How are we going to achieve the confidence and the trust from member states, but not only, also from the candidate countries? This will require reforms, not only reforms, but I believe that we will have to address in a decisive way the funding question, the budgetary debate. This is of the essence. If we want to guarantee a process based on certainties for member states and for applicant countries, we also think that the European Union should contribute to the good preparation of those countries and should start a reform program so that we can support those countries. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, dear colleague, Mrs. Dacosta from Estonia.
Friends, but by far not only. Let me share a more personal issue that is literally in our hands, and that is building political trust within enlargement process. For this historical momentum for our continent, for our values, dreams, and for our future, we have to be over all bilateral issues. European Union enlargement is not about bilateral issues. Let us remember for the success story of Estonia's entry into the EU. Finland, our closest neighbor, had many issues, many legitimate concerns just to name electricity market, still a bit pending. But the Finnish politicians were clever enough to understand that the big interest of Finland is a stable and secure neighbour. Thank you. We both wanted enlargement. This goal was bigger than various bilateral issues, and Estonia felt this, that our interest is mutual, and that built trust. There are at least 70 bilateral reasons to put a veto on whatever step in the enlargement. We have to rise above these together, also when opening or closing all these 33 chapters. Dear friends, please stop all these bilateral issues here and let's guarantee trust. Let's guarantee that the budget proposals next year will mutually build trust for enlargement, because this budget proposal will be the test for trust between us. Thank you.
Thank you. Poursuivre, Madame Pellegrino.
Thank you very much. Pellegrino from...
Thank you, Chairman. The enlargement we're talking about today is a geopolitical investment for peace, security and prosperity of the EU and all of the member states. It's a driving force to improve economic conditions and social conditions of all people living in the EU. The December European Council made strides because it opened negotiations with specific countries and guaranteed candidate status to Georgia. These were all important points and were also guaranteed thanks to the pragmatic position by the Hungarian Prime Minister. It was an historical decision, and this made sure that the enlargement process became again a political process. It also allowed the EU to take charge of national and international challenges. The enlargement process is therefore based on merit, on coordination to achieve specific conditions. It is therefore important that we all commit to the entrance of Western Balkan countries in the EU by fast-tracking their entry process. This is a strong commitment, and we should all make sure that it is respected. Simplifying the decision-making process and safeguarding the traditional policies of the EU, such as the CAP and the cohesion policy, are goals which can be achieved together with the enlargement process. Thank you.
Merci. Poursuivre, Monsieur Busch.
Thank you very much. Now, from Austria, Mr. Buschmann.
Kollegen, große Herausforderungen wie die EU-Erweiterung.
Dear colleagues, the enlargement of the EU is a major challenge, and that's the reason why we need decisions from the EU as a whole, but also we need actions from member states. We need to move faster, I would say. So we know that there are many abiding steps in this process. This is true for the European citizens, but this is also true for the citizens of the applicant countries. It is necessary for us to prepare the European institutions to this enlargement. In other words, we need to revive this principle of subsidiarity. We need to address proportionality as well. And within our member states, we need to make a positive contribution to a federalism that will promote competition as well. So if we work together, if we all move together in the direction of the enlargement, we will have also to bring stability to those countries. Otherwise, there will be instability within the EU. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Gusti Graf now on behalf of Luxembourg. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, dear Chairman. I'm very happy to be able to take the floor here, and I would like to congratulate the Belgian Presidency for this initiative and for placing the enlargement on the agenda. Since 1957, Europe has made so many steps forward. It is important to enlarge, it is important to intensify efforts so that we can welcome several new members in the next 10 years. Obviously, the rule of law needs to be respected. That's the case for us, but this should also be the case for the applicant countries. We have to think about the Copenhagen criteria. Now, the war in Ukraine is really the example that Europe needs a strong union. Those countries based on democracy must work together. They must fight those strengthened forces willing to destroy our democracy. So we need a more united Europe that will be able to play a much more powerful role on the international stage. Reforms are also necessary. The enlargement of the European Union is no doubt necessary for our future. And I agree with Mrs. Klimpusch when she said that the European Union should go hand in hand with the enlargement. Of course, Luxembourg is one of the founding fathers of the European Union in 1957, and we are in favor of an enlargement of the European Union. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Giglio Vida from Italy.
Thank you, Chair. In Parliament in Rome, we are debating 5 resolutions of the Parliament presented by the same number of political groups regarding the enlargement of the Eastern Balkans in the European Union. These resolutions are being discussed simultaneously by our Commission in the European Union and the Committee for Foreign Affairs. So this is a joint debate. It is my intention, and it was my proposal, supported by the heads of the opposition and by the committee which I preside. We also refer here to the presidents of the Balkan region, the Western Balkans, that is, the Eastern Balkans, excuse me. We need, in fact, to know what their perspective is. And we are asking here not only what the current situation is, but we'd also like to know what their position is on the key topics in the EU, because these topics will concern you directly very soon. So it is in our interest to understand how these will change, so how these key issues will change and how this will impact the relations between countries and how this will affect the debate. We'll have new parliaments, new governments, new civil society, new trade unions, new citizens, new televisions, chains, new news outlets. And all of this will be of significance, and it already is. It already is important for European member states to understand what novelties this will bring to the most important debates. So, dear colleagues, as in politics and in geopolitics, we don't have, there is no void. If the European Union leaves an empty space, and somebody else will take up this room. So we need to take ownership of these territories because this is our space, our area. This is a part of the world that belongs to us. Allow me, Chair, to express our solidarity to Ukraine and to the people of Israel. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Haris Georgiades, pour la...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, despite all its shortcomings, our union remains the most successful club of democracies, peaceful, prosperous democracies in the world. And what an achievement it would be if we were successful in completing this union through its enlargement with countries aspiring to join. But there is one precondition. Our democracy, our common values should be the premise and the basic prerequisite for this enlargement and for our external relations. I know that compromise is synonymous with our decision-making process. I can understand that finding the middle of the way is something that we do. But there can be no compromise when it comes to our relations with illiberal, undemocratic, and authoritarian regimes. There can be no compromise with Putin's Russia, or with fanatic Islamist terror in the Middle East, or with regimes which claim to be our partners but are in fact drifting in the direction of authoritarianism. Thank you very much.
Merci pour suivre.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Ferenczak from Slovakia.
The Slovak Republic supports European Union enlargement. However, the fulfillment of the accession criteria remains very important. We appreciate the progress made by the Western Balkan countries, as well as Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. We believe that the EU should preserve a balanced approach in the accession process towards those countries. The Slovak Republic fully respects the proposals of the European Parliament for the revision of the EU Treaty and the Treaty on the Functioning of the EU from November 2023. However, we currently do not agree with this change of these treaties. The main reason is that the current challenges require the preservation of the strong unity, but this debate would lead to its loss. At the same time, I would like to say that we are ready for the constructive discussion about decision-making processes and find solutions within the existing framework of treaties. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ensuite, Monsieur.
Mr. Chatsi Vassiliou from Greece.
I'm a supporter of EU enlargement and further integration for an ever closer union of equals. You know that we reject authoritarianism, and yes, we support Ukraine's European vocation, as well as all the other candidate countries. And of course, good neighborly relations and the rule of law are the minimum conditions sine qua non. And enlargement is our power, it is our strength. It gives us stamina in order to fight for a stronger, a safer Europe for all our people. And allow me to tell you that I come from northern Greece, and we were really happy when we obtained land borders with Bulgaria, I mean European borders. It was a really great moment for all of us. But, dear colleagues, we argue for the need for all candidate countries to be treated by the same rules on the way to full membership. Any geopolitical priorities should not append the merit-based process and the reversibility principle, which are strictly defined by our union. So regarding future EU reforms, reflection on the topic could proceed in parallel with the accession process with no preconditions for enlargement. As a general framework, dear colleagues, the enlargement should go hand in hand with an increase in the total amount of budget, as a mere budget allocation will not be sufficient. And allow me to refer to another issue, dear colleagues. Transition to qualified majority vote should not set as a condition for enlargement. The flexibility of the current treaties should not be used as a vehicle for extensive and crucial amendments in areas where no transfer of competencies has yet taken place to the EU level. So, switching to a qualified majority vote for decisions in the area of CFSP or CSDP could undermine unity amongst member states and therefore the ability of the Union to function as a coherent, strong and reliable global actor. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous. poursuivre, Monsieur.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The floor goes now to Germany.
Vielen Dank, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Ich glaube, es muss jetzt.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. During those difficult times, it's not only nice to recommend the enlargement, but it is a need to enlarge the EU, the European Union. We face huge challenges, climate change, but aggressive political regime. It will be increasingly difficult if you are a small country and if you try to fight those aggressive regimes on your own. It will be extremely difficult. Now, the aggression of Ukraine will not be the last one. We know that operations started in Moldavia. We all know the verbal aggression of Russia vis-à-vis the Baltic countries. So we believe that it is in our interest to have this enlargement, and we need to reform the European Union. When it comes to the funding and the support to Ukraine, we see that individual countries such as Hungary, they have tried to put the EU under pressure. We need mechanisms whereby individual countries could use their right of veto. Sometimes they do abuse their right of veto to exert a pressure. Of course, the interests of the smallest countries should also be contemplated. And it's difficult to say this as a representative of Germany, but this blackmail needs to stop. We need an EU that is able to act at the global level. Lithuania now.
While my country's majority here were always in favor of EU's enlargement, for those countries that are showing aspiration and willing to do that, and it's in mainstream thinking throughout our political spectrum. Our common interest, of course, is safe and strong Ukraine. And there's one more thing that we haven't done yet, the use of frozen assets. We welcome the legislative proposal concerning the use of extraordinary revenue stemming from immobilized Russian assets. Each day that passes means around 10 million euros not received by Ukraine. And we have to take decision on confiscating Russian immobilized assets themselves, in line with recently announced initiatives within G7 by the United States, backed by UK, Japan, and Canada. We strongly believe in the principle that the aggressor's assets should be employed for the benefit of its victim and compensate at least partly the inflicted damage. With more than 250 billion assets of the Russian Central Bank immobilized in Western countries, it can be used as a source for a large part of Ukraine's reconstruction bill, thus reducing the need for funds from our budgets and the EU budget. Hopefully we will agree not only on that, but on the enlargement itself. And we really should find the ways how to stick together unanimously, but it's not acceptable when one or other country could veto the whole process. So good luck for us staying in this unity.
Merci. Poursuivre, Madame.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Simeonova from Bulgaria.
Honorable Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, the European Union is currently at the crucial stage of its development. It is faced with the decision of how to best reform itself and refine its intricate political system to ensure the security, prosperity, and stability of its citizens. In Bulgaria, we have a popular story of the 7th century Bulgarian ruler Khan Kubrat. And the story is about how difficult it is to break a bundle of sticks instead of a single one. And it teaches us that unity is essential. I believe that this principle also applies to the European Union. Our strength is in our unity, and only by being united can we fight anti-democratic actors and foreign disinformation and help Ukraine to win Russia's aggressive war. Even after 20 years since 2004, the enlargement of the EU remains a crucial part of our efforts to maintain a leading position in the world and to expand our zone of peace and prosperity. It is an essential component of the European dream for safer and more prosperous societies which is motivating many countries in the Western Balkans, but also in the EU Eastern neighborhood, to push for democracy. We need to do more than just continue our current enlargement policies. Instead, we should increase our efforts to integrate our neighbors more effectively, which will be beneficial for all of us. To achieve this, it's vital for us to continue our united support for Ukraine and to increase further our collective pressure on Russia. To accomplish this, we need to remain committed in financial, economic, humanitarian, military, and diplomatic terms to Ukraine as long as required. Let's remain united, let's expand our zone of peace and prosperity, and let us support Ukraine and protect democracy. Thank you.
I thank you. Monsieur Jean-François Rapin.
Mr. Jean-François Rapin for France. Since the 2004 enlargement, we have been able to see what could be achieved after the fall of the Berlin Wall. We have seen now the historic decision of the European Council to give to Moldavia and Ukraine this status of candidate countries. We see that the decision has been given also to Georgia. The question is no longer to know if, but how we are going to welcome those countries. Let's not forget about the Western Balkan countries. They have been waiting for more than 20 years now to become an EU member state. The reunification of the European continent would not be complete without those Balkan countries that made huge efforts on the path to membership. Of course, they have to comply with the rules laid down in the treaty, offering all member states sharing the values the possibility to become a member according to the Copenhagen criterion. I'm not going to recall them, but I would like to stress the last criterion, the capacity of absorption of the Union, which is very often overlooked. The enlargement process means requirements, reform requirements. I have in mind the fight against corruption, the rule of law, but of course there are requirements to be fulfilled by the EU member states. So I believe that all countries should be ready. What about the reforms the EU needs to make? How to guarantee the functioning of the European Union when the EU becomes an EU with 30 or 35 countries? What does this mean for key policies such as the CAP or the cohesion policy?
Mendes.
Next, we have Mrs. Mendes de Silva for Portugal. Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, the success of enlargement depends on our capacity to build a partnership and to establish networks. This should become generalized across the institutions of the European Union. For this, we need institutional partners, but we need also the involvement of the civil society organization as well as the involvement of the social partners, because they will make sure that things actually move on the ground. And I'd like to take you back to what we talked about this morning, the European Pillar of Social Rights, which constitutes a non-negotiable basis for enlargement, because it's just not possible to take a step back. The future of Europe with peace goes through social rights. We need to make sure that we can assert loud and clear the supremacy of an enlarged Europe. Next, Mr. Jaslowski from Poland. Thank you very much. Very briefly, Chair, I won't be long. I would like to share a reflection about the accession of Ukraine. What we hear talking about is something exceptional. Mr. Lopez said that what matters the most is the confidence that citizens have in the reform packages. But we have other obligations. We need to clarify the very nature of this war. We here talk about an imperial war. We here talk about a war against Poland against Romania. We need to provide a strong answer. We need to clarify to the citizens the very nature of this conflict. This is not a normal choice. Our response is to say that we should confirm the legitimacy of Europe. Mrs. Klimpuch.
Les membres formels des COSAC dans les perspectives proches. Merci beaucoup.
I can only use the words from the COSAC to express my gratitude to you.
Jukovic pour la Croatie.
Next, Croatia.
Dear friends, I think I said everything I wanted to about the aggression on Ukraine during my first debate. I stand by it, and I do call again to help Ukraine because the help is needed. I know the victory is near. I know this is not a war on Ukraine, this is a war on our continent, on our beliefs, on our values, and this is why we need to support it. But talking about enlargement, I'm very happy that today, in addition to our friends from Ukraine, we have colleagues from Kosovo, from Serbia, from Turkey, from Montenegro, from Moldova, from Georgia, and from Bosnia and Herzegovina. European project is a peace project, and this project is not complete until we have the whole of our continent inside, at least those who want and share our values, and those are the countries that do. So what I want to say from this forum is that we cannot ask countries to change the rules of the engagement in the middle of the match. Their failure is our failure, dear colleagues. If we do not help them, if we do not support them, it is our failure as much as it is theirs. I want the remaining part of the European continent in the European Union as fast as possible. Not because of them, so to say, but because of us, because this is a guarantee of peace, prosperity, and economic progression. In this respect, I think, I just want to thank to the European Council and to all of you, dear colleagues, who supported Georgia, that we rectified injustice done to Georgia, that they received only candidacy status and not, they have not received the candidacy status, they have only received it now. But I want to encourage you all, and I will finish with that because I know my time is out. We need to support the countries of the Western Balkans, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia even more, because their success is our success, their prosperity is our prosperity, their security is European security.
Thank you. Poursuivre, Monsieur.
Next, Mr. Wallmark from Sweden.
Thank you. Ivana is totally correct. Enlargement is also about security, European security. But it's also about our values, our ideas, and what we share together. And therefore, enlargement is so important. And therefore, also, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine is an attack not only on Ukraine, but on our union, on our continent. Listen to our colleague Liisa-Ly Pakosta from Estonia. She's totally right. And we can bear witness from the Nordic countries to Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. With Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania in European Union and in NATO, our part of the world, our part of Northern Europe have been securer and more prosperous, thanks to Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania in European Union. And therefore, enlargement is the way for security and prosperity for our continent. Saying that, I'm very proud that in the Swedish Parliament, all 8 parties are behind the idea of enlargement. But we also must remember the quote from Bill Clinton, "It's about economy, stupid." To be a prosperous continent, we really need to also focus on competitiveness and have the insight that it is a global competitiveness on the economy side. And therefore, we really need to focus on that when we talk about enlargement. And as a Swede, I'm always for open door policy in all international organizations, European Union and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Voilà, poursuivre, Monsieur
Next, we've got Mr. Peter Rickett from the United Kingdom.
Including for this
very interesting and useful Winterreise to Namur. Colleagues may think it odd that a country that has left the European Union should rise to speak in a debate about countries now on the way to joining the EU. So let me explain. The Russian attack on Ukraine was the most serious threat to European security since the end of the Cold War, as Madame Klimpusch has reminded us again very eloquently today. Britain has been prominent in supporting Ukraine, and our Prime Minister was in Kiev just last week promising another 3 billion euros for this year and a long-term partnership. And the accession of Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, the Western Balkan countries would be a huge strategic shift in the direction of greater European security and stability, part of ensuring that President Putin cannot win after his invasion of Ukraine. And these are objectives that the UK shares very fully, as our Foreign Secretary made clear in evidence to our Lord's European Affairs Committee last month. Of course, the UK will have no voice in the EU's decisions on enlargement, but we do have long experience of working with, supporting countries in the reforms and the capacity building that are needed for the accession process both to the EU and to NATO. And so my simple message this afternoon is that I hope that the UK can work with EU colleagues and candidate countries so that in the shared interests of European security, we can help to make a success of this very important enlargement process. Thank you.
I thank you. Poursuivre, Monsieur.
Next, Mr. Don Lagic from Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everyone. We would like to thank Belgian Presidency to focus enlargement and its impact on EU future. Obviously, there is a strong relationship between these two. EU accession has overall consensus in Bosnia-Herzegovina by all politicians and citizens. This strategic consensus enables long-term dynamic input to finish all necessary reforms. Likewise, for the last 10 years, EU path has decreasing percentage in public support. If there is no in March to open negotiations with Bosnia-Herzegovina, Euroscepticism may continue to rise. Therefore, we have to stop it together. Contrary green light decision in March would give us strong incentive to finalize political, judiciary, economic priorities. Finally, to open negotiations is the message to enlargement fatigue. Today, having in mind new geostrategic context and security concerns, positive answer from EU becomes even more important. From today's time distance, Bulgarian and Romanian EU accession in 2007 was not only formal decision, but rather the vision. The new vision is what EU needs nowadays to finish finally Western Balkan accession as soon as possible. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you. Poursuivre, Monsieur.
Next, we have Mr. Vukovic from Montenegro.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's been more than a decade since the last member state joined the European Union. In the meantime, the world has changed dramatically, and so has the EU. In the context of the new geopolitical reality created as a result of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, following the migrant crisis and Brexit, as we continue to witness the rise of Eurosceptic parties across the continent, while the need for the EU's institutional reform has never been more obvious, the topic of enlargement has resurfaced as one of the priorities of the Union. For us in Montenegro, the country that has been negotiating with the European Union since 2012, leading the regatta of the aspirant member states, being fully aligned with the CFSP, whose citizens, 80% of them, support joining the EU, that is extremely encouraging. Given the complexity of Montenegro's socio-political structure, I dare to say that in many regards, our country's future depends on the future dynamics of the EU accession process, and the same goes for the rest of the Western Balkans. For years, as the EU leaders unfortunately remained reluctant vis-à-vis enlargement, the region came to be exposed to a strong, malign, anti-European and anti-Euro-Atlantic foreign policy influence, primarily by Russia. And as a consequence, in that part of Europe, the EU accession is no longer the only game in town. So if we don't want to permanently lose the region, if we truly believe in the EU open doors policy, the time to act is now, because of Montenegro, because of our neighbors, but also because of the European Union. And I finish. Faced with the unprecedented challenges both internally and at the international stage, as the Russian aggression in the East continues, as the global South is becoming more and more volatile, as we are approaching the next US presidential election, the EU needs to demonstrate vitality, authority, and capacity to solve problems first and foremost in its own backyard, to actively promote its values, and to defend them if necessary. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Merci. Ensuite, Madame Kovacs.
Mrs. Kovacs from Serbia.
Thank you, distinguished chair, dear colleagues. I am personally very pleased that the topic of the enlargement and its impact on the future of the EU has been nominated for one of the panels here, and that we have the opportunity to discuss with the hope that we will be able to jointly look at the key aspects of this respective topic in the light of new events and challenges in Europe and beyond, as well as the chances for solution that lie ahead. The promise of Europeanization is losing its ability to mobilize citizens as it faces a challenge of extremely slow enlargement process, even though some steps have been completed with success. Unfortunately, meaningful recognition for that is missing, and it affects negatively the EU ambitions of the candidate countries. The more the Union reforms itself in the next years, the more predictable the Balkans' future will be. The more Europe takes an inclusive attitude towards the Balkans, the level of EU enthusiasm will be higher among citizens of the Western Balkans. The time that has already passed without seeing any real change has fueled skepticism and alienation. It is a high time for us to return to fundamental values and remind the Western Balkan public why enlargement is important as an EU strategic policy. Enlargement as a strategic investment in peace, democracy, prosperity, and security in both Europe and the Western Balkans. Thank you.
I thank you. Poursuivre Monsieur Singhi.
Next, Mr. Singhi for Turkey.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, enlargement has been the most effective foreign policy tool that has been employed systematically and successfully over the last 50 years. You know, Turkey is in official cooperation with the European Union for more than 60 years. We had several ups and downs throughout this process. But in the last decades, member states have increasingly affected the enlargement policy in line with their national interests. The EU needs to take concrete steps to prevent this, what we call nationalization of the enlargement policy. Turkey is the candidate country that has suffered the most from this nationalization of the enlargement. Right after the opening of the negotiations in 2005, overt and covert political blockages were introduced in many chapters. But under the presidency of Belgium, we are quite ready to strengthen Turkey-EU customs union modernization negotiations without further delay, and enhance migration cooperation according to the new realities on the ground based on a fair burden and responsibility sharing. We are ready to finalize the visa liberalization process and until that time implement facilitative measures for Turkish visa applicants. And we are ready to participate in the EU defense and security architecture, such as PESCO and European Defense Community. And we are quite ready to enhance cooperation on counter-terrorism. So, dear President, amongst so many challenges, it is high time for EU to undertake a comprehensive reflection on the credibility and effectiveness of its enlargement policy while reforming and strengthening itself. Thank you so much.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Next, Mrs. Bocho-Ishvili from Georgia.
Chairman, this year marks the 20th anniversary of the EU's biggest enlargement, which widened the space of peace, security, stability, and prosperity in Europe. But it could not create the same conditions in the EU's neighborhood, despite multiple attempts under the neighborhood policy. Russia's aggressive actions made it clear that different steps are needed to safeguard the future of Europe. The EU's enlargement policy has a much bigger strategic importance and role today. We don't have luxury for keeping this process as slow-moving as it has been in the last decades. We all need effective mechanisms for integration and the removal of existing barriers where it is possible to accelerate the process of economic and political integration of candidate countries into the European Union. An individual approach is important and necessary, but possibilities for all candidate countries should be similar. Georgia has a successful track record of implementing reforms under the association agreement, which laid a firm foundation for advancing new opportunities for the EU integration as a candidate country. I hope that our discussions will contribute to increasing the speed and efficiency of enlargement policy, which is in our common interest, and this is directly linked to the wider European stability and security. Thank you.
I thank you. Et pour terminer, Monsieur.
And finally, Mrs. Kerman from Moldova.
Dear colleagues, with the ongoing support of the EU, Moldova will continue its transformative path of development and modernization. And this collaborative effort is not just about achieving prosperity for Moldova. It's about contributing to a stable, secure, and thriving region. Looking towards 2024, a year of monumental democratic significance, we see a series of critical elections unfolding around the world. Decisions made at the ballots will shape the future for decades to come. These elections are not just a choice of leaders, but a reaffirmation of values. We hope that citizens globally will cast their votes in favor of wisdom, courage, humanity, integrity, truth, freedom, and peace. In the past few years, Moldova has faced challenges that tested our commitment to the European choice. We are facing direct efforts from Kremlin to disrupt the reform process and challenge the democratic rule and constitutional order. In these crucial times, our determination is upheld by the solidarity and support of the European Union. Our path is clear towards a future where Moldova thrives as a proud member of the European family, as Moldova's place is in the European Union. Thank you.
I thank you. Je vous remercie toutes et tous pour de vue et donc je vais proposer.
Thank you very much for this exchange of views, and I would like now to give the floor back to the two speakers. You each have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for all your interventions, dear colleagues. Several things to sum up from my perspective. I think that everybody from the candidates and applicant countries agrees that merit-based approach should be continued. The only thing is what's important, that the prospect of the joining should be credible and absolutely clear. It's important, and I agree with those colleagues who have outlined that enlargement process should not become victim to bilateralization attempts. And I think that this is up to all of us together to make sure that this is not happening in the process of enlargement. It is important that enlargement is happening in the interests of each applicant country, but definitely in the interests of the whole EU. And with this in mind, it's important to ensure that we all together keep visionary outlook, understanding the bigger picture, understanding that some of the current difficulties will be overcome by the prospect of making sure that the enlargement is finally happening, and some temporary shortcomings will be overcome in the longer run. And last but not the least again, security is the basis for any economic development, for any social cohesion, for the prosperity to actually be further anchored within the EU. And if we do not pay enough attention to the security, and if we do not focus on security, all of other efforts within the EU will be very difficult to achieve. So therefore, I hope that we all understand this and that we all continue looking into the future for the enlarged, prosperous, value-based EU, but which is definitely secured, and secured also through helping Ukraine at this particularly dire time in our history. Thank you.
Grand merci. Madame Coman, vous pouvez aussi réagir.
Mrs. Coman, the floor is yours. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I must say that it's been a real pleasure to listen to each and every one of you. I must say that this has been very informative. I'm not going to repeat what has been said. What is important is that we repeated how necessary it is to support Ukraine. What is also quite noteworthy is that the European Union is a community of standards and values, and it's important to insist on the importance that these standards and values have. Reforms are necessary. This is what I remember from some of the interventions. There is also something else that is very important, which is financing. This is a very important issue. We've been talking for years about the fiscal position of the European Union. These discussions should continue independently from the enlargement discussion. This is an issue that is important to continue to address. What I've also heard, and this is something very important for a project such as the European project, is that the unity among member states is very important. How can you speak with one single voice when you are faced with intractable problems? This has put a break in the past to the reform process. The unanimity versus qualified majority voting is still very much present. I think it's about time that we bring brave answers to these questions. And then finally, and it would be my conclusion after what I said, I think that reform ideas have been floated. I think that the time has come to talk about a timetable and a method. Thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation to join you here. And this concludes my intervention. Well, dear colleagues, we've come to the end of this third session. It is clear that you have certainly been passionate about the subject of enlargement, and I'm sure that we will return to this important topic at other COSAC meetings. But without further ado, I would like to move on to our closing session. Ladies and gentlemen, dear senators, dear members of Parliament, dear colleagues, dear friends, this brings us to the end of the COSAC Chairpersons meeting. My fellow co-chair and I would like to say a few words to conclude and thank you for the fascinating and passionate exchanges and interesting encounters during our formal and informal debates. During our first session devoted to the presentation of the priorities of the Belgian Presidency of the Council of the EU, our Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, Mrs. Labib, showed us just how ambitious the Belgian presidency will be, despite the fact that it is coming at the end of the legislature, or precisely because it has so many dossiers to conclude. A number of projects are still on the negotiating table, and many of you refer to them. We therefore wish our government and our negotiators the best of luck. With his legendary enthusiasm, Mr. Verhofstadt, Belgian Minister of State and member of the European Parliament, explained to us in detail the European Parliament's proposals to make the European Union fit for the future. However, we should note that these proposals do not have the unanimous approval of the members of Parliament present here. Nevertheless, the European Parliament's proposal has the merit of triggering a much-needed debate, especially in view of the enlargement of the European Union, the very theme of our very last session. We've had a very fruitful and very interesting debate following the speeches of our colleague, Mrs. Klimpusch-Tsitsadze and Professor Coman. Representing the Committee on Ukraine's integration into the European Union, Mrs. Klimpusch-Tsitsadze has been keeping us informed of the current situation in her country since the start of the war. This is vital because the Ukrainian people are currently enduring appalling suffering for the sole reason that they share our European values and ideals. This is one of the reasons why the European Council decided to open negotiations with Ukraine. We are certain that in time, Ukraine will soon be part of our great European family, just like the other candidate countries. Your different interventions, the colleagues from the candidate countries, have made it clear to us that your people want to join the European Union. As Professor Coman rightly pointed out, this future enlargement of the European Union will have an impact on the way our union operates. Or will we still be able to take decisions? What impact will this have on the European budget? There are many questions that need to be answered after the European elections by the new European Parliament, the new Commission and the new Council. These questions keep us busy and concern us all, but they need to be resolved so that we can open the door in due course to deserving candidates, many of whom have gone through a long process in the hope of finally joining us. Dear colleagues, dear friends, finally I would like to thank you for your kind attention, your presence and your active participation in our debates. I would also like to thank all those who contributed to the success of our first meeting of the parliamentary dimension of the Belgian presidency of the Council of the European Union. My colleague, Mrs. Eliane Tillieux, will comment on this in more detail. But before I let her have the final word, I would like to say that I'm already looking forward to seeing you all in Brussels in March for our COSAC plenary meeting.
Merci, cher Gaëtan, chers collègues, Madame.
Thank you very much, dear Gaëtan, members of Parliament, senators, dear colleagues, dear friends. As I already mentioned in my introductory speech, the Belgian presidency wanted to organize a number of European meetings outside Brussels in order to better showcase the diversity and richness of our country. I have the honor and pleasure of welcoming you to Namur, the capital city of Wallonia. Yesterday's meeting with the Mollons and Stilt workers from Namur gave you a taste of the local folklore, together with thrill to the musical notes of conductor Leonardo Garcia Alarcon, the concert and the immersive scenography. I hope this foretaste has inspired you to come back and discover the cultural and culinary richness of our region. Namur is the birthplace of the famous artist Félicien Rops, and Dinan is the birthplace of Adolphe Sax, the inventor of the saxophone. So you see that you will always be welcomed here. They are musea, and we look forward to seeing you back here. So we have reached the end of this beautiful event. I would like to thank you for your active participation in the discussions. Your contributions will be a source of inspiration for the COSAC plenary session to be held in Brussels in March. As we are keen to integrate the gender dimension in our meetings, I am sure that you noticed that we have ensured parity between speakers. It was perfect. One of our priorities is to change mentalities to make this balance natural. So we will continue to pay attention to this gender balance during the plenary meeting of COSAC in March. I am also delighted that European political representatives, both governmental and parliamentary, have met here in Namur to discuss the European Pillar of Social Rights. Demographic changes, labor shortages are forcing us to revisit our labor market and our social and security systems. The social dimension is also linked to geopolitical challenges and the challenges of the EU enlargement. The enlargement can only succeed if it is supported by a solid regulatory framework, particularly in the area of labor mobility. The Belgian Presidency would like to work with the member states to draft the European agenda for the forthcoming term of the EU, so that the European Pillar of Social Rights can really be the synonym of a social cohesion. Professor Gaëtan underlined how important this European Pillar of Social Rights is, what we have achieved so far. Professor Gaëtan focused on indispensable measures for the full implementation of this European Pillar of Social Rights, with a broad involvement of social partners in the European decision-making. The monitoring of the European Pillar of Social Rights should be aligned with the environmental monitoring, in particular by developing better indicators for energy poverty and mobility. The European semester should recognize social investment as a driving force for economically and socially resilient societies. On the 15th and the 16th of April, a high-level conference will take place to outline the main themes of the Social Europe's ambitions for the period 2024-2029, and I'm looking forward to reading the conclusions of this conference. We know that this is about the future of Europe itself. So, dear colleagues, it was my pleasure to welcome amongst us the chairwoman of the Committee on European Integration of the Parliament of Ukraine, Mrs. Klimpush-Tsintsatse. The brave struggle of the people of Ukraine against Russian aggression shows us on a daily basis how much we should cherish our European values of democracy and the rule of law. I really would like to thank all those who contributed to the success of our first meeting of the parliamentary dimension of the Belgian Presidency. I particularly would like to thank the services of the Federal Parliament, the House of Representatives and the Senate, the interpreters, the COSAC Secretariat for their support in making this conference a success. The Secretariat is hiding at the back of the room, but also all the bodies, staff, companies, local companies in Namur that contributed to the practical and operational organization of this conference. And I also would like to pay tribute to the students who closely followed our work today. Have a safe trip back home. Be careful, because I think that it's still snowing. Anyway, a safe trip back home with the head full of ideas and the willingness to continue our joint work in building the European Union, in enlarging it while respecting member states, candidate countries, and by respecting the citizens of Europe. And so we will meet again, and this will be our pleasure. We will meet in March, on the 25th and 26th of March in Brussels at the European Parliament. This will be a tremendous and a wonderful experience just before the European elections on the 9th of June. So thank you very much for your participation and contributions. And once again, have a safe trip back home. Thank you very much.